boy himself.
Yeah, if it isn't Piston.
Wow. Oh, wow, Sport decided to join us for Thanksgiving dinner. That's what you sound like right now. Shut up.
Could have said it come out of his
Who
room.
was that? Who on earth was that?
Hi, Chad. How's it going?
Chat, you doing good? Let me send out some messages.
Oh, good. Welcome back, everyone. Forgotten into Wake the Dragon. Hopefully the Twitch servers won't piss themselves this time.
Yeah. I hope I also similarly hope my internet holds out. If there's any outages, it's been like really spotty the last few days, so if I ever dip, you'll know why. Nothing I can really do about it, but yes.
Okay.
Yay. Hey,
The coarseness, yes, the consequences of our actions. It's good to see you in stream, Peg.
Hi.
Welcome.
The dragon. Nova says.
Christian, I don't know if burritos was a good. I'm so full.
Oh man, do you guys have burritos too? Me
I
too.
I actually didn't eat my burrito. I just had nacho chips. I got mine waiting.
I had Texas Roadhouse today, and then like 4 hours later, I enjoyed a fat ass burrito.
Oh, dude, you're gonna die.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sounds like a nightmare waiting to happen.
Yeah.
That's a payment down on a nightmare later.
Yeah, no. It's I'm gonna make a phantasm soon. Like it's good. It's not good.
Finally, they figured it out. The key.
Al has decided it is time to zoom as much as possible.
That's how we do.
That's how
We
we
gotta
go.
zoom.
He's like, oh shit.
Captain Asteros, thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you. I'm gonna show the screen because I didn't have to set anything up in the background this time because we did no map building prep or whatever, so it's not on a weird funky screen.
We actually did no map building for this one. It's nice.
Yeah.
Hey, that's great.
Hey. Everybody's requests for epilogues were very, very tame. Nothing wild. We didn't have to do anything nuts, so thank you.
I cannot become the new mayor.
And you didn't
Not
make
in this session.
and you didn't make my Indigo kart map?
Listen, that's the entire city.
Hey. Look,
You're thinking too small, Will.
Look, don't call us out. We were planning on doing a Dragon Kart minigame at some point.
Yeah. I still want to do a Dragon Kart minigame.
It'll still happen.
It sounds like so much fun. All you do is take that same barricade. The MVP of last session, you set them up down certain roads, and then you just have everybody drive around the city in their tiny go-karts.
Man.
Nobody knows what a go-kart is because nobody's seen a car.
Everybody's sad about Vaughn and Graves getting their bonds annihilated, but nobody's sad about the true loss of last session. Those 5 barriers.
Yeah, one of them survived.
Yeah, but that one has to live with it, and that's a worse fate than ever.
Survivor's guilt is gonna be be murder on that guy.
Oh yeah.
Looks like chat can see names of who's in the lobby.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't register
Don't worry about
Don't think about it.
I'm gonna check too, other than I hope some names get smaller. Like, I don't know, Martha. Might could just be Martha.
No. There's 2 of them.
You ask too much.
Oh, well, he's made it longer.
This is what happens. This is why we can't have things.
Holy shit.
I think you can actually like stack and move names around.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You can do that now?
You can move them, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I hate this.
Eh.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you
I
want, you
don't
can
like
put Martha
that.
Martha right in the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eh.
Where it belongs.
Oh, it looks terrible, but I'll deal.
Yeah, no, it looks good for stream on the
I
upshot.
can't move Martha, unfortunately. Martha's too big.
Alright. Maybe if I make it bigger, it'll appear above for you. So let's try. Can you select her now?
Oh, there we go. Beautiful.
Now...
Martha.
Oh, well, now Delilah's trying
There
to
we
hug
go.
her on my screen.
Right there. That's where you go. Yeah, you get down there, you piece of shit. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. So, I think without any further ado, we should start introducing ourselves.
Yay.
All right. Yes. Here's a retweetable tweet. I wanna do better about this in general. Please spread the word if you like the show, and like if you think your friends might like it too. Let them know about it, etc., etc. Retweet the tweet. It helps. It genuinely does. But yeah, starting at the top, Christian, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Christian. I play Martha. And today I'm excited to do whatever the heck we're doing today. It's an epilogue, so I guess things will be ramping down. I'm sure that's what's gonna happen.
Yes.
And I'm excited to do that. You should go check out my Patreon. I've got stuff on there, and I'm gonna upload a bit more this month, and it's gonna be really cool.
Excellent. Okay, next up, Will.
Hi, I'm Will. I play Delilah, and I have a vacuum.
Yeah.
There you go. I play Delilah, and I'm on here for a couple of other streams. And tomorrow we're going to be doing Evan Ward once again at 3 EST on Surprise Round RPG. Yeah, that's about it.
Excellent. Next up, I believe it's Crab.
It is I, Carl, or Crab now, I suppose, in every circle. I am here on Stabbyness. I run the randomizer streams, where tomorrow we're not doing a randomizer, we're just going to keep doing Vesperia.
Yes.
At 8 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m?
1 p.m. It's 7 p.m.
Well, at 8 p.m., based on when Evan Ward ends.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, 7 or 8 p.m., depending on how long a break it's required.
I'm sorry!
It's okay! It's
fine.
It's fine.
Next up is Navo.
Hi, I'm the J-Man. I do camera here. I'm playing a few characters in this damn thing. That doesn't fucking matter. They're all dead anyways. But you know what does matter? Go in and check out our official Discord and also our website, 'cause we have a lot of cool stuff. We just updated the website with a bunch of new Bond-ups by Mask in the classic free gacha game. Play it. Maybe participate in the fun fan art game that Neko265 made. That one's really fun. Was it Neko265? I hope it was. I'll feel like an asshole if I got that one wrong.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, and now I leave the Patreon shell open for Jay later, and I'm reminding him now subtly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Nico, are you good to talk, or is vacuum still happening? Vacuum.
I'm gonna assume vacuum is still happening.
Vacuum is still happening. Civ!
Hello! I just got back in time. I had to fix a carpet. Hi, I'm Civ. I got rocks and snacks today. I hope I don't mix them up. I play Chantilly / Bijou. And, I have Patreon. Once a week you can get a drawing, maybe. Maybe. That's about it.
Yeah!
You can see a drawing. You don't get a drawing.
You don't, yeah. No, I'm not giving you drawings. You got to pay for those. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jay. Go to the Windrose Everlasting Patreon. I'm saying it first so I don't forget.
Yes.
We just uploaded a new mini RP on that, which is a fun bartending thing, and pop and tier. Explore Hell. So it's very good. I enjoyed it a lot. Please go see. Furthermore, we're going to immediately after this stream be uploading an additional thing to the Patreon completely for free that'll explain some context of one thing that happens in this session. Basically, it's a combat, and we didn't want to be like, okay, now here's a 30-minute combat in the middle of your epilogues. So we just off-screened it. And you'll get the beginning and the end of it during this, but you get to see the content for free on the Patreon once it happens.
You don't even gotta pay money for that one.
You don't even gotta pay money for that one. Next up, jumping back, Nico.
I had a mouthful of coffee because I thought you'd be talking longer than that. Hello, I'm Nico. My brain was like, I'm playing Martha. That's not true. But you know what? I'm playing Martha. I do art for this channel and others. And I'm open for commissions and have a Patreon. Patreon has discount commissions if you're interested in that. That's me.
That is
Hell yeah.
Nico playing Martha.
Yeah,
Finally.
Nico playing Martha.
Mask.
Hi, I'm Wandering Mask. I'm gonna be a little echoey tonight. I tried the blanket thing. My computer will overheat. I'm so
Oh, no.
sorry. I help out. I do art, and I'm gonna be playing an NPC in this epilogue. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you have enjoyed the show.
Yes. Okay. With that, these epilogues are going to be... I guess I'll describe the structure of this first and foremost. These are more or less a sequence of scenes that we were... I polled everybody in the room and I said, what do you want to see from an epilogue to this chapter? And I got a big old list of scenes from people. The structure of this is going to, as a result, be a little more directed. As a GM, I'm going to be taking more steps to just go, you go over here and you do this. This happens. Like, I'm gonna be outright stating more stuff, specifically because I'm not necessarily telling the players what they're doing at any given time, because to begin with, these were requests by them. So if you're wondering why the structure is slightly different, this is why. But there are also going to be a few scenes worked in here that sort of bring everything together, bring the chapter to a close, and give us additional context. For everybody who stuck with us through that finale, through that ending, seriously, thank you all. That fight was incredible. We're gonna pick up immediately afterwards.
Yay!
So, let's figure out what happened. Starting with Teach, actually.
Yeah. Good luck,
Teach.
Nico.
No, I said Teach, not Martha.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think there's a difference. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're on call for this one, Christian.
Okay.
So you finish speaking to Madao on top of the tower, and like you wind up riding that elevator back down, and less bad shape than the GM anticipated. Like, you're still doing pretty good. Your chin hurts a bit, but like, otherwise, Teach, you're doing fine.
Gave me a shine, but that's it.
You come down, and you find yourself back on that incomplete floor. You took the cargo elevator, hoping to sort of like get back down, but you've got to negotiate your way back around the tower again. You got to get out of the construction zone, work your way back through like the residential elevator, get out on the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, whatever. You hold that golden key that you were granted, and you sort of realize this probably gives you access to the entirety of Pinion Tower.
Damn. You didn't tell me to give this back. maybe I won't go home. Oh, what's up? Oh, sorry.
A little.
All right.
There
All right. Cool.
There we go. And
All
you,
right.
you sort of like, you wind up coming out into this into an area you specifically navigated, because during your moment of paranoia, you were like, okay, I need to make sure that no one sees me, no one knows where I am. So it's dead quiet here.
Yeah.
And you start to tap, move forwards, and you actually hear rival footfalls approaching as you move through this area. And sort of as your eyes adjust to what can only be described as the bleary backrooms vibes of an unfinished building.
Yeah.
And you see across the way, actually, somebody rather small heading towards you.
Oh.
They wind
look
up
at that one.
They wind up crossing the distance relatively quickly, wearing what appears to be, at first glance, oh yeah, that matches or meshes with the wear of people around here. But then you look a little closer, and nope, not quite. They sort of move up to you and like let out a light call. Hey.
She kind of like just looks back, is like, hey. Sorry, got a little lost on my way out.
Yeah, I'm sure. They look around the room and like look back to the cargo elevator that you just came out from, like fully processing the oddity of the situation. They let out a sigh. The rest of the building's vacated. Madao said everybody should go home for the night.
Mm-hmm. She kind of stops a bit. Oh, so do you work with him?
They shake their head and take a step forward. The name's Dr. Cosmo. I'm technically an independent contractor hired by the medical division specifically to investigate, well, sort of shrugs. Medicinal corruption.
Oh.
They look around the room. This
well,
like
I'm
the words the words echoing off of the unfinished room. I was actually hoping to speak to you about a few things.
She kind of thinks about that. I would be happy to speak on those things. In fact, I think to a certain degree, I didn't know really about you, but I think I do want to speak to you too. It's kind of funny how that works out.
Yeah, they trail off and like look back at the elevator. How'd you get back down?
She kind of like, nice gentleman upstairs decided to let me go.
Honestly, I thought you were just going to disappear here tonight. They reach into their pocket and actually pull out a very similar golden key. Luckily, my boss happened to overlook. They trail off, shake their head. Don't worry about that. Glad to see you're okay, I guess. They take another step forward, back in this direction. Come on. They're, like, I want to point out the height difference between you and them is well over a foot.
Yeah, she kind of steps on over to the side and just kind of moves along with, and is just like, so who is your boss?
My immediate superior in this area is, I'm technically assigned to Corvo right now as sort of an aide. The medical division has very little sway in Indigo itself. We're kept at arm's length for a reason. So, my direct superior has to hire independent contractors like me. They say, tapping their chest. Two guards sort of like shift in and like look to the side sort of uncertainly. Dr. Cosmo nods at them and they move out of the way. They lead you down, and actually it takes a little bit of time, but you manage to work your way down through Pinnacle Tower, sort of chatting pleasantly on the way. You know to a certain extent the condition of Aranea within the city. You know Aranea's role in not only managing Indigo Seaside, but you're also aware of the fact that Aranea is, to a certain extent, the main source of funding behind the university. So you're used to complexities. Those ones have to go. Finally, Kerchung, the elevator comes down to the bottom floor. Good. No more mishaps, no more incidents.
She kind of steps on through and then kind of looks around herself and then, well, all right. Thank you for escorting me. Did you want to talk more?
They nod. Specifically, I wanted to know what you know about the Testudo family. Another step forward.
Well, she kind of steps a little bit. That's actually something that that's been a bit of an important subject for me too, and I would love to talk. In fact, I have a lot of important things to speak about with them. Though, she kind of thinks about that a little bit as she's going, and it's like, I'm supposed to be collaborating with the paper, and she kind of thinks, Corvo works directly under Gwen, right?
Yeah.
But you had mentioned something about the medical division being separate and not really being allowed in.
They stop Yeah. Honestly, if I'm gonna sit here and tell you about all the corporate espionage, we'll be here all night. They sort of walk back over to the flag and motion around to the tower. Technically, finance owns this building. Medical's kept at arm's length for a variety of reasons. Apparently, Gwyn doesn't really want us around the city, so independent contractors like myself are sort of necessary to make sure everything's above board. They motion to their own garb. At first, it seems RNA and adjacent, but at closer look, no, absolutely not. That's not a uniform.
Yeah, definitely private.
It's definitely private. The vibe is made to give off the same look, but no, not even close. They motion to the badge on their chest. So I'm something of I guess I'm closer to a detective or an investigator, or I'm supposed to be.
She spends a moment, kind of scratches her chin a bit, and then she kind of ponders on a singular note that she was left with. Something about not being a monolith. Something that annoyed her, but she understands is true. And she kind of ponders on that a little bit more. So how much of a stink would have to be caused for medical to come in regardless?
They shake their head. Ultimately, that comes down from the top. That's a decision made by my bosses. Honestly, if it were up to me, I'd say that RNA as a whole should build a hospital in this city. You all need you need centralized medicine with some oversight. It's frankly ludicrous that everyone's running private practices with no standards above their heads. They shake their head.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. Right, okay.
But, like I said, I don't want to bore you with the specifics of corporate warfare, but, finance is afraid of medical for a reason. If we find a reason to dig in, I'm sure any amount of a stink is enough.
Well, I think I got your reason. She kind of thinks of it. I've got to make sure all of this... I don't want to bore you with details, too. I've got to make sure everything times up correctly, I suppose. But if you're willing to listen and wait, I have a few things I could tell you about the Testado. Some deep things.
They sort of listen to you and sort of nod, and then reach into their pocket and pull out an entirely, a different type is the best way to describe it, of cell phone. They hold it out to you. This one is even blockier and even more unwieldy than the current one you have.
She checks and wow. She pulls out hers and kind of tries to exchange numbers really quick.
They shake their head. This one's for you.
Oh.
Hands it over. My boss won't be too mad if I hand off my personal line to protect a witness.
Excellent. She takes it and kind of holds it in her hand. Right, I was just about to ask. I only really needed one thing in exchange for this. She kind of looks at the phone, and I need it from this guy. I just need someone to back my case, I suppose. And I heard that your boss is a really good lawyer.
Honestly, you find something substantial, we can help you out. Just make sure to hold on to that. The other lines are far easier to listen in on.
She kind of nods her head slowly. Right, got it, okay. Well, thank you very much, and keep your eyes out for the papers.
They nod and take a step away, and then stop and turn around. Right. Tell Daringway is doing a good job.
I keep telling him, he keeps denying it. Idiot.
Waves, goes back inside, rides the elevator up. And with that, we're gonna check in on what's happening immediately after the combat. So, nice. Oh boy. Let's talk about what happened to you guys. So you finished up, and Oh boy, let's get a more something theme. This one will do.
One that's
You guys
not
finished
an
up-
elevator theme.
Yeah. You guys finished up your encounter, having severed the bond between Leticia and Aporia, and immediately afterwards, let's go to the hall itself. Immediately afterwards, we're gonna more or less describe this overall what occurred. Immediately afterwards, Bedelilman insisted on a certain course of action. He said that first and foremost, we need to bring the ball somewhere safe that it can construct something that's called a sealed room, a place that Aporia couldn't get into after the fact. His reasoning for the location that he'd push for was primarily the fact that the train, currently in the stripped-down state that it is, wouldn't quite suffice. So, the only place remaining in the city itself would be the university. Bedelilman was utterly insistent that you take the ball there, and he pushed you forward. In other areas, these two. Their fate was left undecided last time. I said we'd roll for it, I said we'd figure it out. J-Man made a deal with me. J-Man said... J-Man, do you want to explain what the deal was?
Yeah, so... Basically, shortly after last session, we had a lot of things up in the air and whatnot that could come down the rolls, but I don't like rolling dice at all, so I decided to say fuck the dice and instead made a trade. So, essentially, a lot of good fortune is going to happen to a lot of characters in a little bit here. But one character in particular is going to get fucked over so bad.
Yes. The deal the J-Man said was, in the event that there are no casualties from this entire event here, Vaughn will take the L and lose every single roll that would have come his way. Just severing him entirely. It is, to me, that struck me as a fair trade. In this case, there are no dead bodies on anyone's hands. Everyone's alive. This stroke of good fortune that is now coming your way was paid for, though. More or less a good for a bad. So, Seymour and this Randy, they are heavily injured, lying in the on the stage as a bunch of other Tide rush in the backup that Sam called for. Elsewhere in the concert hall, something did happen up here, actually. You might have surmised, based on the breakdown of the building, that there could be an additional phantasm. I've got good news. This group didn't run into them, even remotely. They rushed up to a meeting hall, barricaded the door, hunkered down, and if you recall, these are all of the people who were wounded by the Verdant One's assault, as well as the Faceless Swordsman's attack. So they all just hunkered down, waited out the night. Chance passed around some potions. They got themselves fixed up, and they're fine. Nothing bad happened to them. What was less fortunate was what occurred in this room. The one that Karsh ran to after being sent away. This is where Karsh encountered an additional phantasm. The outcome of which I was gonna be mean about. Until J-Man made his deal. So we're gonna hit it with another little bit of good luck. Let's do this. Let's go over to here. The docks at night. Hey, Christian.
What?
2 people are sitting at the docks at night.
Oh, hell yeah.
Remember when I said they got bored and wandered off?
Yeah, they got bored.
Yeah, they're sitting here and talking about their feelings. It's been like 6 hours at this point.
I'm just telling you, when I walk to waves, I just feel like going home.
Me too. Except not so much. The ocean's just nice. It has a nostalgic feeling for no particular reason. Also, where is home?
He kind of thinks. South, Feathers Landing.
Oh.
Born and raised. What a wonderful place.
What a wonderful place. She says, nodding along. She has no idea where that is.
You think of home looking at the clouds, Sky Girl?
Yes. Yes, I do. Her face splits into a big smile, and it's around time that you actually, both of you just immediately hop up, hearing movement. Something shifting back behind the way, and you start to see something pass by. A shadow or a shape, dragging a man with them.
Oh, yeah.
They move past the line of fences, and the two stand up.
Hey, that's totally kidnapping. I can tell you what a kidnapping looks like, and that's it.
Yes, I was told that the phrase bag her does indeed mean kidnapping. I understand that now. You should amend your ways.
He kind of thinks, yes, I should. He reaches the hand and grabs his jacket, and then...
Hey, Yoneda.
Yeah?
Motion to the rescue.
Yeah, he
is Yoneda being the hero he was always meant to be?
Absolutely. He kind of goes for a running jump and immediately hops onto the fence, just jumps over Volt and lands in front of them, like with a slam onto the pavement, and kind of turns around and kind of dodges and weaves to both sides in front of this thing.
Oh boy. So you immediately, I think this character has you know what? For old times, we can use Maxie Higgins theme. You land immediately in front of this figure, and at first you're like, okay, that whatever was moving past was some dark and insidious shadow, and you look at the person and they're roughly human-shaped, a little wider, wearing, like, just hefty armor, it appears. They're not particularly tall or imposing looking, and they almost clack backwards with the start, dropping someone behind them. Karsh is bloody, bruised, and barely alive.
That's a lot of interesting information. That's a lot of really cool stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
process.
What's Yoneda thinking about it? Yeah. Yoneda, give me a roll to do.
Okay. I think that would just be... Yeah, he's just gonna go in with, I think it's that. Swing, go, big... Oh!
Yeah, that's about right. So, Yoneda, you reel back... Yeah, tell me how you kick this creature.
He reels back, and then kind of moves and does a bit of a jump to get back in the air, and moves in with a swinging kick to knock this thing with all of his force out into the road, separating him from Karsh.
Yeah, you actually managed to do that, and you notice that the figure actually, like, as you do this, raises their hands in a peaceful gesture, like, whoa, and then you kick them and send them scattering across the ground. They fly sideways into the road, leaving you with Karsh completely...
Yoneda.
Yeah.
Yoneda lands and then kind of looks a bit smug at that. Yeah, we use that trick all the time. Don't think it's gonna work on me.
The figure like tilts their head back and forth and then almost seems to think, like, their motions are overblown, almost a pantomime of what a person would do in this situation. And then they start to speak. The mouth opens and a voice echoes out. It lacks character completely. The best way to describe it is if something was spoken to you in the terms of narration, this is the voice that you'd hear. So the mouth opens and then states, "Hello." Testing the words on their tongue, they almost seem to try it once or twice again. Hello. They take another step backwards. almost putting some distance between Yoneda, clearly the threat, and Karsh. They look back and forth.
Hello. Yoneda's head starts shooting in all directions, looking at everything, starting to feel like maybe he misread the situation just a little bit.
Neither of you have the qualifications to be a phantasm. Looking at Noctua and Yoneda.
What?
Takes another step forward again. Moving in. Its boots clattering across the ground. Almost moving with a jaunty air. This thing almost shifts or moves borderline like a cartoon. Recloses the distance. And reaches out and looks down. It's supposed to do something in a situation like this. Oh, right. It reaches into what appears to be a pocket on the front of this armor. A silly little mailbag. And then tests something against its hand and then hands it over to you, Yoneda.
He takes a look at it. What is this?
It's a business card?
Huh?
Yeah, you're given a business card.
He looks at it and sees what the business is.
The figure moves across and also hands one to Noctua, who looks down at it and blinks a few times. Moving back, the figure crosses their arms, very pleased with themselves. Good. You might not be phantasm material, but at the same time, if you want to fight for something true, please come to that location. We're looking for more. They smile at you from beneath whatever this like large helmet is, and they seem almost upset looking down at Karsh. Oh, can I take that one with me? Absolutely not. No.
Oh, dang. Noctua, I don't think this is a kidnapper. This is a recruiter.
That would make perfect sense. We don't want any. Please leave. The figure sort of tilts head back and forth. Very well. Well, I hope to see you both in the future. And then, almost as if a little lost, starts to wander across the docks, sort of shifting away into the mists at large.
Yoneda puts 2 fingers to his chin in a thinking pose. His jacket's on for some reason. It came back at some point. He kind of thinks and turns over. Whoa, hey, buddy.
Oh, yes, of course. He is very wounded. Karsh is moaning slightly from the ground. He's covered in wounds that seem to be caused by large, dull impacts. Like, parts of his body seem to be caved in. He's broken up very badly.
It's like he was fighting a gorilla.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I agree. She sort of like reaches down and like hefts him up. I think their base is around here. Can you help me get him back there?
Yeah, like guy like this, absolutely no problem. He picks up and bridle carries him.
Noctua had picked up and bridle carried Karsh first, and then you just take him from her and start
getting higher up.
Yeah, and you start to walk off towards Tide HQ. Next up, Sonder. I need you to roll something for me.
Oh god, okay.
We're gonna take us back to the title screen, and we are going to determine where you're headed. Are you sticking with the group, or are you going with your instincts at this point?
Let's find out.
Give me a roll to die. Sorry.
Oh, I wanted to roll to die. I clicked the wrong button.
It's fine. Oh,
God,
right, you
right.
booked. So where did it begin with? Never mind. Tell me where you're going, Sonder.
Sonder's gonna go where his fucking dumbass lizard brain takes him, because his 2 remaining. This is not the recipe for a functioning man.
No.
I'm realizing what's been wounded.
Okay, so you guys all gather around the ball and you start carrying it over to the university. You walk out the door Sander ain't with you no more after you leave. Like, you literally just, you exit, door clicks open, just in the chaos, Sander's gone. He just like that disappears. So, you all start going over. And you're traveling with, at first, Graves is sticking with the group. Tell me what happens with Graves.
So what happens with Graves is, while Bettle is getting everyone ready to get the ball moving and making sure nobody breaks it or anything, originally Graves went over, and you could kind of see him like lean in like, can I help? And whatever Bettle said to him, he stood stock still ever since then as everyone moved around him. And at some point, he seemed lost as he was walking after you, gradually faded to the back, and eventually just stopped being on your same path entirely. You don't know where he's at.
So, you manage to... We will catch up with him, worry not. But this brings us to right now, and here we're going to start playing out these scenes. This brings us to the university. This is where Bettle is taking you. After a multitude of just like phone calls are not happening right now. He just makes his way over. You blaze the path. Bettle intends to call in that favor that Teach promised him. So here we are. Tell me right now, for the 3 players that are on screen, how y'all doing? Let me put you on screen.
Yeah, I was like, where? Oh, okay.
Delilah first, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Delilah has been like actually trying to stay like in the middle here, going back and forth between everyone, just like, hey, how you doing? Just like going into full mom mode. And she's still pretty shaken up, but trying to put on as brave a face as possible for everyone, because Jesus Christ.
Tilly, how you doing?
Up until this point, Tilly was kind of operating on almost like she was coasting through whatever was happening. Like, the sound around her had dulled a little bit, and she was just basically letting everything revolve around her and letting people usher her towards whatever the next goal is, because the adrenaline has basically worn out for her at this point. So she seems like she's a little far away, but she keeps trying to like center herself back. I think during this walk here, she probably meandered a bit closer to Dario and has been like kind of clinging near him. The closer they get to the university, however, she starts to become more aware of where they are, and despite everything they just went through, she has worse memories of here, so she's a little bit more,
Yeah. Okay. Fade.
Fade is actually pretty resolved, and he's kind of just keeping on high alert, looking around. But he definitely has something just kind of eating away his thoughts right now. He's kind of slightly distracted, but doing his best to keep an eye out while everyone else is, recovering and thinking on what happened with this person who they have a much stronger attachment to than he does.
Yeah. Dario is just like nervously moving ahead. I think honestly all the support that you guys are giving is helping Dario out the most. Like, I think he's gone from he has no association with the Eldritch. He knows how to throw a punch, and he knows how to, I guess, run from a ghost, but like he doesn't know 100% what he can be doing better. And like, you guys doing this reassures him that he's in the right spot, that he should be doing exactly what he is doing, and you all sort of travel behind the ball. And Bettle makes way up to the front. Turns up and Teach. You see them approaching first.
I see. She kind of standing there, almost just kind of waiting, hands in her pockets, just kind of looking across. And then she sees Bettel, and he's carrying the thing, and they're all coming this way. And she just kind of stops, and it's like, she holds up her hand a bit. Bettel?
Yes, he, like, looks around. Please, I'm calling in that favor that you promised earlier. He takes a step forward and, like, almost looking around. You look at Bettel, his like, hands, his digits are, like, noticeably, like, burnt and charred. Like, Bettel is fucked up. Like, you can see visible signs of damage crawling up his neck and onto his face. Bettel was lanced by lightning a few times and is not looking spectacular. So that's the first thing you see as he, like, rolls up to you.
She kind of goes, she sees the fingers, and she's, oh my god. She kind of inspects them a bit and lifts up. And then she sees the signs of panic and just general concern. She's like, right. Promise, of course. And it's part of the deal. You know what you're offering too. She kind of turns over to the side. I got it cleared for you over there. She kind of points over to the side. Greenhouse, you can set it up. No one's using it. He points over to her left.
Okay. Good. Good. Bettel, like, motions back to the people over here. Okay, let's move it inside. We need to seal the room as quickly as possible to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Teach, as everyone else starts walking up, Teach actually holds up her hand again. Same goes for you guys.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about a part of a deal. We already talked and showed what was in those papers. Are we all willing to go against Riviera and make a report against it?
Delilah actually looks to Fade for confirmation.
I mean, isn't that why we're all here? That's why we had our quote-unquote 3 guns, Delilah. We're bringing them down.
This is
She kind of turns over to Bijou.
I don't know what we would be protecting anyway if we tried to.
She kind of turns, nods her head. All right, then I can say you're all mob fugitives and you're heading to seek asylum here. Greenhouse is over there.
Dario takes a step forward and, like, sort of moves closer to Tilly. Shit, he like, looks back and forth between everyone. I don't know what to say other than thank you. I've been saying it all night, but thank you. Shit, he starts to, like, walk forward and ahead. Bettel travels alongside the ball, and I'll work your way over here. And Bettel sharply turns on his heel. I need assistance. I need assistance from everyone who's a non-mage. Dario holds his hand up.
Teach holds her hand up.
Good. Okay. I can't have any more interference in constructing this room. Everyone else, please, just remain outside. He starts to move over. Dario kind of looks over at Teach, and yeah, you all go inside to sort of prep up whatever magical, like, situation that Ullman needs.
Oh dear.
Like that. Everything falls quiet on the campus.
Delilah just looks to these two. I realize it's probably a dumb question. How y'all doing?
I should be the one asking that.
I think I'm going to need a new dress.
Oh my goodness, look at you. Delilah just takes a little handkerchief and she starts wiping your face a little bit.
Yeah, she's got like soot and little tiny char marks on her cheek from where the camera exploded in her face.
Oh my
like a little mad scientist.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, dear, are you all right? Look at you. Also, my God, girl, the cojones on you.
She just kind of shrugs.
Oh my, you just gonna shrug that off.
What's she supposed to say?
I guess that's true. All the same. And Delilah, she still wiping your face down. And like that aggressive way a mom does when it's like, yeah, it's very much like, oh, Jesus.
And Tilly's like, don't, in her head, Tilly's like, please don't lick it. I know nobody wants you to do that.
Delilah thought about it and was like, no, that's
not my daughter.
That's not my, Doris, I'd do it. Not you.
Fade rummages through his bag and actually pulls out a little comb. and hands it over to Tilly.
Oh, I do appreciate that, but we would be here all day. This is something I can take care of tomorrow. I'm more worried about what's going on over there.
I feel very optimistic in who's in there right now. And I need to talk to Daria. We owe Bettel a lot.
I was going to say something to Mr. Elman, but he went right away, so didn't think it was the right moment.
Mm-hmm. And we also owe Graves.
Oh boy, here's the thing. So, let's talk about the memory loss and how it works.
Yeah.
Aporia mentioned it before. The memory loss that's affecting the city is, to a certain extent, a reflection of Tilly's own power. Stolen, more or less. Tilly, you're exempt from any of the memory loss effects. They cannot hit you.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry, every single person in this city!
Listen, Aporia being like, you're the strongest mage in here was not lying. God.
Aporia came to my house to steal!
100%. So that, yeah, Tilly, any memory loss effects, ignore them. You have always ignored them. This is why you are fine. Delilah, I gave you the freebie at the time. I'm gonna let you keep that because it would be real bastard of me to be like, no, that last epilogue is not canon. Fade, we had you roll for them. Fade, I am so sorry you rolled bad.
Oh, no.
So,
Even if I had rolled good, I was gonna say, you can let me lose them just so we can make the Delilah freebie count.
You know what? I like that deal, because you tanked that roll. 2 people tanked the Graves roll. Bettel and Graves.
No!
Which is why he's acting the way he is. 2 people tanked the Graves roll. Bettel and Fade. So, yes, you hear that name Graves and Fade, nothing.
Who?
Oh boy, Delilah looked at Tilly. It's like, oh Jesus.
Delilah, I think this is something that is going to happen a lot.
A lot?
I mean, if Fade has been here the whole time and even he doesn't... Graves is a very nice man who's been helping... He's very good at being in the background. He's the strong, silent type, so you have not noticed him.
Delilah makes an allusion. Him, he was with us in the
I was
theater.
wondering who that guy following us out of the theater was. I thought he was with the tide, maybe, but...
No, dear. He's a friend of mine.
Oh, well, I wish I had said hi to him. I guess there's a lot going on tonight.
Delilah just looks down. You have said hi to him.
Fade, when you say that, Fade kind of gets a weird look on his face, and... And, he's kind of at a loss for words.
dear, it's not your fault. Don't. Oh, well, let's just add that to the list. Oh dear. And Delilah just snaps her fingers and makes the illusion disappear.
Oh, hey, well played, you three. I just want to shout that out. Fuck. Yeah, you take a second to play, like, you take a second to play that illusion back for Fade, and you eventually let it sort of fade away, little individual motes of light. As they drift down the path, actually catch on something, almost insidious looking in the darkness, reflects off of a shiny golden mask. A man walks into your number. Looks at the three of you. I don't want to interrupt, but can I get you three anything?
Out of curiosity, when was the last time Delilah and Daringway met in person?
Maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago when you were considering your daughter for the university.
Oh,
like it has been over half of a decade, probably.
Has Fade ever met him? I don't think you would have a reason to, right?
No. I don't think you've met Headmaster Daringway.
Would I have heard of him, at least?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Would I know that this is probably Daringway? But...
You know that this is Daringway.
Okay.
He's fucking unmistakable.
I have a question, Will.
Yes.
Yeah?
What was Delilah's body language when Daringway approached?
She tenses for a moment. And it's not like out of fear or anger. It's like a, oh boy, all right, I got some things to talk about tonight.
That's how tonight's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah. Delilah actually puts her hands together and she does a small bow. Good evening, Mr. Daringway. Or is it Professor?
He like looks around. Usually it's Headmaster Daringway, but I have taken to teaching myself again, so Professor will do just fine.
Well, I don't want to give you the wrong title, so Headmaster Daringway.
He nods and like shifts uncomfortably. You can radiate the raw, just uncomfortableness that just oozes from this man.
I would like to thank you for your assistance in something so sudden and important.
He looks back over to the greenhouse. There's an occasional flare of light from the inside, like just this dark purple energy that occasionally makes the entire thing light up.
I assure you, it's all fine. If anything, I'm glad you opened your doors.
He hears the phrase "opened your doors" and definitely mentally registers like, yes, opening the doors this time did not raise the bridge. There's no small amount of humor in that chuckle. He looks back across. In this instance, I've been filled in to some extent on the scenario. From what I understand, everyone's been through a lot, and if possible, I'd like to get the brief of it.
Right. Wow. Where to begin?
Do you catch Daringway up, is the question.
Yeah, Delilah is going to explain as much as she understands. So there's some terms that are wrong where she's like, and my niece who I forgot about was a ghost. So it's like all a little weird, but I'm sure Daringway is smart enough to be like, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's nodding along, and like at a certain point he like you see his expression fucking change. Like, you can feel it palpably in the air that it goes from like, okay, I think I know what's going on, to what? And like by the end he gets to the end of the explanation and looks back to the greenhouse and like seems to almost become deeply considerate for a moment. Are any of you in need of medical attention?
Fade looks to Tilly.
Surprisingly, it looks like her outfit has taken the most of the damage, and her usually perfect manicure is a little messed up, but it seems like the worst that's going on with her right now is nerves, and whatever is wrong with her is gonna take a few days to show up.
Yeah. Delilah, oh, go for it.
Mr. Illman he does not look very good. Which normally he would be very angry if somebody said that about him.
But it is true.
I think he could put his pride aside for now.
You just have to compliment him before you say it. His normally flawless exterior has a few cracks in it.
Yeah, while he was trying to break this contract, he took many injuries. He's a tough old bird, though.
I see. I am not one to invite danger to my university under most circumstances. Daringway says, shifting uncomfortably, and like you get this sensation of like, yeah, so the main person who's communicated with Daringway is Jeremiah, and Jeremiah used the phrase chicken shit a lot. You're like, yeah, I can see it.
Delilah actually puts up a hand.
Yeah.
I understand there's a lot of tension between us, mostly because of, while he is my friend, he can be a bit of a jackass. And I want to clear the air on something because I've had a lot of time to think about it. And while I don't know if I can forgive what happened that night, I can at least understand why you did it, and hell, I might even agree.
His expression sort of tilts. Yes, that night. He takes a step backwards, heels clattering against the rocks. I've come to terms with a few things myself. I have a confession of my own. I didn't second guess my decision at all. He says, turning around. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, when I gave the order to raise the bridge, close the gate, and leave the mob to rot, I felt a wave of relief wash over my body. He takes a step forward, and you notice his shape sort of like fluttering amidst the night. The wind is kind of heavy. Like you notice Daringway, to a certain extent, either must be light as hell or is not what he seems. He sort of like looks around the university. Viviera is an organization that's existed as long as this university has. And at some point, one of the previous headmasters made a deal with them. It was a long-standing contract to protect the best interests of the city. To tell you the truth, I always thought it was in the best interests of the university to not be engaged with criminals. He says, looking back to you. So, when I closed the gate, I saw it as a rare opportunity to take a stand for my own personal beliefs. He has this almost cool and quiet demeanor to him that's sort of emerging almost like a knife at this point. Once again, another word that Jeremiah used for Daringway. Snake. Sort of manifests in that moment. And then he exhales. So, if you can identify with my position, if you can feel perhaps what I felt in that moment, you are likely coming from a more sympathetic angle than even I was. I don't believe violence should be brought near the students. He says, looking over to the light flashing near the greenhouse. I don't believe that I should recklessly endanger the people of this university trying to play the game that is called Control Indigo. He looks at you then. So on this night, I've decided to make an exception to my rule for one condition and one condition only. From what I understand, Leticia Lucent was a student of Martha Teach's. And while I will not play the game for the control of Indigo, I will hesitate at nothing to protect the lives of those that call this university home. He takes a step forward and offers you a hand.
Delilah, she looks down on it and she actually gets a smile and she takes it. I know now that you were in the right. It doesn't change the fact I wish people hadn't died, but I can agree that protecting the children was the best course of action. And if it's any consolation, I wasn't at my post that night either. I was looking for mine.
His expression sort of changes again underneath the mask. You feel like you're getting a better read of this man. I've been told repeatedly to not treat the university students as children. They're adults making choices on their own, but I'm relatively long-lived myself, and I can't see them as otherwise. Perhaps it's infantilizing, but at the same time, they're precious. He says, and then looks a little bit back and off to the left. In fact, I believe one of my pupils is currently listening in. Seliph. You were working late tonight. You were caught at the library, and then what you saw in the darkness with your wonderful owl eyes is this.
Oh yeah, he saw it all. He saw it all, like...
Daringway actually takes a step backwards. Seliph.
He sort of steps out of the shadow. How long has he been there, would you say?
How long do you want him to have been there?
A while.
Seliph saw it all from the bushes.
Seliph saw it all from the bushes. He steps out of the darkness a bit and says, I didn't see anything, Headmaster.
Of course not. Come on, introduce yourself.
Seliph texting Aza.
Ghost heist. Oh my god.
Seliph steps sheepishly forward. He's got a couple books under his arm, and he just says, hello.
Oh dear, I hope I'm not that scary. Hi, it's very nice to meet you.
You as well?
She makes a small bow. I am Delilah Daffodil. I'm Delilah.
He nods. Seliph.
Hey, aren't you that red kid?
Red kid?
Yeah, I think we met at in the 13th ward.
Yeah? Oh yeah, that. I don't think we were talking about. Yeah? It's me.
Daringway speaks up and motions to Seliph. He's an up-and-coming promising mind at the university. He's invested actually in one of my courses. Daringway says, picking at the side of his mask. And Delilah, your read on Daringway is good enough that you can feel a small amount of Yeah, there's some pride there. Yeah, there's definitely some pride there, actually.
My. To have the headmaster's eye on you, you must be quite special, dear.
Seliph says nothing. He is embarrassed.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to. No. Oh goodness, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
No, it's not your fault. I mean, I shouldn't have been snooping, and...
I mean, with all the crazy things, I don't blame you, dear. I'd have done the same.
Yeah,
There.
well, Seliph looks at the greenhouse.
The greenhouse ignites with another spark of purple light, and Daringway motions to it again. Ah, yes, I suppose you will be the first that I officially let know. No one, until further notice, is allowed within the greenhouse. It is currently being set up as a sealed room, I believe. Nothing goes in, nothing goes out. It's basically in complete isolation. Do you understand?
Yes, Headmaster.
He nods, and it's a funny thing. Almost like building off of this is like, specifically speaking of sealed rooms. This is something that you covered in class, actually. Developing what is basically like a hermetic like place for you to do your magic to prevent outside contaminants, etc., is very important when you're experimenting with different forms of magic. So this is the basis of constructing an atelier, a place that you can work on your spells. And it's surprising that there's one that's going up in the middle of the university, but there's another spike of purple energy. That's probably fine.
Yeah. Seliph says, is the reason classified, Headmaster?
He looks to Delilah, actually.
Delilah looks over and you see her get this little smile again. Well, it depends on how much you heard.
Not much, just a couple murmurings.
Well then, I mean, you seem to have interest, and maybe she looks over to Daringway and nods. I trust your opinion. She looks over to Seliph. If you can help us keep this secret, because you clearly already know a bit more than you should, don't worry. Ain't nothing gonna come of that, other than if you can try to help steer people away from it. And honestly, you seem to be pretty smart when it comes to what's going on in there. If by chance you know anything about maybe helping her be her again, I'd really appreciate that.
Sure. Who are we talking about?
Daringway and Delilah together are going to explain the scenario to Seliph.
Wow.
Top to bottom. Like, you get the rundown, and like at a certain point, you hear Bedelumen's name come up. How do you react? How do you react to that?
You say that, Seliph tenses but says nothing. Whether you notice that or not is, I don't know.
Delilah probably does. I don't think Daringway does.
Yeah, Delilah, she kind of picks up on that, I'd wager, because she's a mom.
Right.
And she just nods. Yes, Bedelumen did sustain some injuries, and we are very thankful for him for what he was able to do, because I mean, none of us could have done it. And I assure you, I am going to pay him back. I don't know how yet, but he saved my niece.
Daringway, sort of thinking to himself as well, nods along. Like, it's Delilah. The look of like gratitude on Delilah's face is so complete, and then Daringway, the exact opposite. This cold, calculating mind, just like looking off over the treetops. Also, the act of severing a greater contract in itself is something that's quite impressive. Seliph, that sends a stake through the back of your spine, like, yeah, I guess.
You keep like staking him.
Delilah.
Like, Delilah says injuries. His eyes widen a bit, but says nothing. Here's contract breaking.
Delilah just puts her hands on her hips. And I asked him if there was a way to give Leticia her body back, and he was uncertain. So that's still up in the air as well.
Seller swallows. I see.
I feel like at this moment I should be turning and thanking you, because when it comes to... This is quite literally a once-in-a-lifetime incident. In terms of research...
Okay.
In terms of research, this could potentially... He stops and trails off and shakes his head. Of course, we're going to focus first and foremost on bringing her back to good health, but at the same time, this could revolutionize the way that we understand, I don't know if we should call her a familiar or not. He sort of trails off, theorizing to himself again. Daringway's gonna be in his own mind for a while. This is quite the puzzle.
Leticia Lucent, first and foremost. I understand if you want to learn things from her, but please, I would like the focus to be her back to being normal.
He stops and actually turns. Yes, actually to that end. I would like it if the people that knew her most readily could come by and perhaps check on her progress. I don't trust myself entirely with identifying exactly how well a person is doing. Out of touch Daringway manifests for half of a moment.
Delilah just looks up at him. Don't worry, if you don't mind, and as long as you keep your gates open to a Mafia member, or, well, she actually gets a little cheeky smile, ex-Mafia member.
His entire expression changes at that point. You feel it shift beneath the mask in a moment, and like you actually, for a second, you see a flash of the person beneath, like you go ex-Mafia member, and he's like, wait, huh?
She looks over. Dear, I plan on visiting. She looks over. Dear, if you don't mind, I plan on visiting her often to check up on her. Again, I don't know what the hell is going on, but I think we need to renegotiate our food trade because, well, you ain't getting it from the Deltanos anymore, and I do want to make it up to you. It's going to be slow going, but I would like to reimburse you in the price hike.
Daringway's mind immediately shifts into full-on bastard mode when you say that. He's like, well, Stampede Trading Co. is offering me a great deal as well, but she's offering me a great one on top of that. And he folds his hands, thinks for a second, and he goes, we will be in touch. You can feel the roiling schemes behind this man's mask.
Oh, dear, you wouldn't fuck me over again, would you?
You say that out loud, and his expression is 100% impassive. He doesn't respond to that, but you can still feel good old bastard Daringway under there.
Well, I wanted to learn more about your university anyways. And, Selif?
Yes, ma'am?
I assume you have been eating well. I hope so, at least.
Yes, ma'am?
Is he lying?
Saw if you lying about that. How you been eating?
I mean, he eats like a university student.
That's not good enough. Delilah flips open a card and hands it to you. The name is different now, but you go to any of my restaurants and you'll be eating for free, dear.
Are you sure? What?
I'm very sure. She puts a finger up to her lips. Let's just say that's our way of buying your secrecy with what's happening in there. Another burst of like, oh, hell.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Oh my God, you are shaking. Are you cold?
A little. I'm sorry, this is just a lot to take in.
Dear, it's quite all right.
It is. It is a lot to grasp, but Daringway, like, putting it all together and thinking out, like, the scenario as a whole. Ah, yes, I forgot. It is certainly a lot to wrestle with, especially when you have class in the morning. He says, looking over to Seliph.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a bit of a night owl, so I'm used to it.
Silence!
LOL, I say.
and for Seliph, I'm gonna say, because they're perceptive and a smart young man, that when he said sorry, Delilah went to raise her fan, but it wasn't quick enough, and you did get to see her large, like, toothy maw.
Okay. Philip does not react.
That's what I figured.
Oh man. Daringway looks back to you. I'm expecting to see you in class in the morning. I don't think I will be getting particularly much sleep tonight, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't as well.
Yeah, I guess I better be going then. Good night.
Good night.
Off he goes. Off he goes.
Is he just gonna wander alone?
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, you're going. Seliph, you start to pass the bushes. Somebody got bored waiting for you and, like, made her way over, and you start to hurriedly talk with her and just shush her and shove her back in this direction away from the university.
So just, like, grabs her hand and drags her away. Like,
What?
Daringway like looks at him go and then looks back to Delilah. Thank you for your support in speaking with him. He is one of the more promising students around the university. I would appreciate it if you could treat him kindly in the future as well.
Of course. He seems like a nice young man. A little nervous, and I hope I didn't put him off.
Daringway considers for a second. Hey, Amy, has Seliph told Daringway any of Seliph's concerns about magic?
Nope.
Okay. So Daringway is going to look over and, like, seeing him go, turn over to Delilah. I have a hunch about him, but I'm waiting for him to tell me himself. Looks back to Delilah. You appear to be a mage of some talent yourself.
I am, yes.
I may be asking for your assistance in the future as well with something. He says, wandering forwards. Daringway also picked up on the mouth.
Delilah, being a little bit dumb for just a moment. Oh, do you need someone to teach a cooking class?
He stops and looks at you. Yes. Like, that is a completely separate thing. Like, Daringway's mind is like 8 trains all going at the same time. You just jump from track 1 to track 7 and he just goes, yes.
Oh, wait, really?
Yes, we could actually. Culinarians are somewhat rare, and then he starts to rabble on. You'll be stuck here for a bit. Daringway's telling you about the university. Tilly, Fade, what are you two doing?
Flower.
Oh my god.
Fade?
Say we just started zoning out when they started talking about the university stuff. He sort of kept an eye on Seliph as he was walking away, but once he got out of sight, he just went up to looking at this tree in the sky.
Excellent.
Yeah, Tilly was trying to pay attention to what they were saying, but as Seliph approached and she was like, oh, uh-oh. So she kind of went off in another direction, and she's found herself kind of glancing up to the northern sort of direction, up towards the roof and towards the other things in that area. She is distracted.
When Faye did hear Daringway compliment Delilah on her magic, he chuckled to himself like, ah.
Was that... Are you being a smug cat boy over there?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm gonna cut us inside. Let's talk about how things are going in there. This is gonna be brief, and then we're gonna have a scene where these converge. Teach, you're the PC that's in this scene.
Yes.
Okay, so you're in here. Bettle's being honestly kind of a cantankerous ass is the best way to describe it. He's sort of like, he's been like ordering everybody around. He's been making you carry shit because he can himself. Dario's been moving around. He moves over here. These two have set up the ball. They're assisting. Yes, chalk over there. No, crystal in the wrong place, he says, moving over. Alchemy is very precise. If you're off even by the slightest amount, this will not work, and we will have another one of those damn creatures hunting us down. Yeah, crap. I'll. You notice Dario's hands are shaking. It's probably very similar to Tilly. The adrenaline's wearing off.
I'll take it. Don't worry.
Thanks.
Hey, Dario, why don't you sit down? It's like there's a radio over there.
He starts to move towards it and like moves past Battle, and he says, "Thanks again." And as he passes by, Battle's expression fucking twists. So many thank yous. So many thank yous, and I don't know why I'm being thanked.
She kind of considers that for a moment and kind of gives him like a look a bit. What do you? And then she kind of stops a bit. Alchemy first. We have to seal this up.
Yes, of course.
Staying focused.
Yes, that over there. Okay. I'm going to need you to. This is extremely expensive. He reaches into his pocket. And pulls out a vial of soil, actually. Pulled straight from Mitsudai. Please, over here. You continue moving around. He has you place the various mixtures imported from all over the world. Cauldron, Cascara. It's like, this, Battle Illman's putting a lot of money on the ground right now.
Yeah.
And eventually you worm your way around the room. And eventually find your way back. Okay. So, I have a question. He sits down on the floor, like all the exhaustion finally getting to him.
Hang on. She steps off. She's gonna try to grab the other one.
You grab the other recliner for Grandpa and you bring it over to him. And he sits down in it. He sits down in his big reclining chair, staring at the ball, almost imperious like a throne. What's the future for me? I have to ask that at this point.
She kind of stops a bit, and then she remembers that previous point, doesn't even remember why, and then she kind of, with that note too, well, previously you had intended to make your stay here. You're both a trained archaeologist, mage, and you have an understanding of alchemy. In fact, I hope... Yeah. Yes. Okay, yeah, there we go, Grandpa. In fact, you're probably one of the only alchemists in the city that would have the prestige and maybe renown in general to actually be able to lead a new program that we're going to need after the future.
He takes his monocle off and rubs his eyes. Okay. That's the future then. I feel like I must have done it for a reason like that, but a piece is missing. Exactly why I would go to such lengths to get this badly injured, to risk my entire family. For this, he motions to the ball. I feel like I have acted uncharacteristic.
She kind of looks at him, and then a little bit of concern, and she kind of like goes over and just kind of stares directly at him. And I feel like they're out of chairs, so she just pops a squat and then kind of like, what do you mean you can't remember?
I pursued this with the fervor that I would only reserve for a member of my direct family. There was something important, and it's gone now.
Continue.
I know this must not have been for me, because I would not have pursued it half as hard if it were. He looks back over at the ball. There's something important missing. Something that I traded for this.
She kind of stops, and for a moment she's like, well, yeah, it definitely wasn't for you at first. Your plan at the time was rather abrasive. You're ready to walk out and die. You people usually don't go on plans like that for their own means. But
you're going for revenge, you purchased 2 coffins.
She kind of like, that's a good saying. And then she kind of thinks and looks around. You don't remember. And that... Battle?
Yes.
She kind of looks around. And there is something missing. She can feel it too. It's like a man has lost his shadow. Her first thought was obviously, well, probably Asa, right? I mean, that's probably what it was for. But then she thinks a little bit more. Bettel.
Yes.
Where is Graves?
Teacher, you paying the 10 XP required in order to maintain the memory of Graves?
I am.
Okay.
My gift.
Yeah, you need to spend that experience in order to do this, but you can do it.
I've saved 50 experience and not leveled up just for this called fucking go.
Yeah, okay. God, Teach is hemorrhaging XP to maintain memories.
That's the life.
So yeah. You mentioned Graves. And Bettel looks at you. And of course he says it. This is the eyebrow cocks. Who?
She kind of like looks a bit of expiration on her face. She's just like, she kind of stands up again. Okay, well, Asa? Do you remember Asa?
He bites his lip again. Vague terms. Yes, but even she's an outline as well.
Teach feels her throat kind of catching for a second. What did you guys see?
Whatever powers those creatures wielded, they took something from me. They took a lot from me.
She kind of stops and is just like, yeah, I guess they did. They were seriously just able to take it? All of it? Then why do I... She kind of thinks. She kind of like shakes her head a bit. Elman.
Yes.
Those two, they were obviously very important to you. It's probably hard to remember, but I can say that in that way, though, those two were almost essential in the person that you were, or are. That big fluffy tail that swings around along with the gusto of your spirit, and as you charge about with that kind of pretentious attitude of yours.
He looks pissed off when you say that.
Yeah. She kind of like crosses her arms for a bit. Yeah, that was like, those two were your right and left hands and all of that. So of course it feels like you're grasping and unable to hold anything. It's a lot of important people I think you're missing.
Also quite literally near those fingers. He says, holding his hands up.
Yeah. She thinks, physical. Is there a big man with horns? Is there a big man with horns you might have seen? One with graying hair and an eye that has a almost blasted magical quality to it?
He thinks about that. Yes. The description isn't 100% accurate, but yes.
What's not accurate?
No horns.
She thinks about that for a second. When did you see this person?
I saw him a short time ago. I told him to remove his hands, he will ruin the experiment, and be gone from my sight.
She stops a bit, almost leans back against the orb and realizes that's really okay. No, she kind of steps forward a bit and just kind of takes off. No, she doesn't fucking smile. She's
just like, that's fucking funny.
She takes off her glasses for a moment and just kind of rubs at her brow a bit. Right. That must have hurt beyond anything else. But that means he's alive, which is really good. And Aza's alive too. In fact, they're both, well, Aza's living a pretty good life right now by the sounds of it.
Currently getting dragged by the face across the city myself. It's like, we are going home. We are going home.
Do you remember Seliph?
Betaloman's gonna look down at his bonds. Seliph is his highest currently. Of course he does. He nods. Yes, of course, I do. Extremely promising young mage.
Do you feel like you owe anything to him?
Yes. I certainly do.
Wow. She kind of thinks a bit about that. She kind of, well, there is something that you wrote, and it was supposed to be for him, I think. But maybe now you can kind of remind yourself of that. Should be in one of your pockets.
He reaches down and... Oh boy, you're gonna make him read his own will and testament.
Yeah.
Bettle's going to do that. and he's gonna fucking... Bettle's gonna do that, and I'm gonna roll to die for him to see what wins us. Of course it's purple! Hold on, let me go purple. Yeah, Bettle's gonna read that and start crying without knowing why.
Put a hand on that man's shoulder.
You chill here for a bit and give them some time, and then... Yeah, you know what? Holy shit, Dario, yeah, okay. So that's peace. Okay, Dario's gonna fucking peace out of the situation. You put a hand on his shoulder as he starts to cry, and Dario sort of like, sorry to interrupt, but are we done? Are we good? Like, at the worst possible time, cutting like a knife through this shit. He just like, he stands up. Can I go get everybody else?
How about you take a step outside for a little bit?
Yeah.
We'll be ready in a second, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
She kind of like turns over to the two Tide boys and gives them like you guys got a chance to get out. This is gonna be really awkward.
They're gone.
Yeah. She kind of takes a moment and just kind of lets him cry and sort of just waits until at least a little bit of the imperiousness comes back and kind of sees what he needs in this moment.
Yeah. So you're gonna chill with Bettle here for a time.
For a little bit.
That's hysterical.
I think after a little bit passes, I think the last note she just kind of had with it is she just kind of move up a bit and just kind of be like, I know you can't remember right now. It's kind of wild to forget stuff like that. I hope you'd still choose to be here for a little bit. This place is really good to me whenever I was kind of there.
He looks over at you with a somewhat wistful expression and says what he feels from the bottom of his heart. With what he promised you, with what he sacrificed currently, he can only say what he's feeling right now. I have nowhere else to go.
She kind of like sighs out like that. Should upgrade that to one place to go, you know? I guess, for at least a little bit. Welcome home, Millman. She kind of moves over. She says, you what?
You hold a hand out, and what do you do?
I actually kind of hold a hand out to the orb in front, and she kind of wonders, and her expression kind of falls a bit. I wonder if you can't remember them, they'll be able to come back in your life like that. Guess we'll find out together, huh?
You nod, you look at the orb, and you reflect on that point. Okay, everybody, 5-minute break!
Yeah!
Everybody take 5. After that, we're gonna check on Sonder. And then you guys are going to talk to the ball for a bit.
Just want to say before I hop out for my break, I can't believe the Roll20 lobby ruined the surprise.
Ruined the surprise like a little bit. It's fine. It's fine.
Care.
Gnome Overlord says that was a really good scene. They've all been very good so far. I'm gonna take my break. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Take your break.
Good job, Dario.
God, Dario.
Goes in, plops in his lounge chair. Hey, we done?
Cracks
Cool.
a beer. All right, thanks for saving my daughter, whatever you did. She's still in a ball, though, so I guess mission almost complete.
Listening to ACD on the radio with his fucking...
You gotta kick it. Hit it real hard and it'll start again.
I'm reading this book called Art of War. I'm thinking of putting in my business tactics, you know? Might sell hot dogs like it's a battlefield. How's that sound? Sound pretty cool?
Oh my god. Can Dario please open a hot dog stand?
What?
Dario's gonna be unemployed soon.
Yeah, he's gotta start a new business venture. Hot dog stand.
I mean, he can work for me, maybe.
Oh,
He
so
also
really
has his
hot dog
own.
stand?
He has Ice Tail.
Yeah, he's got his own business.
Yeah. Oh, why is there a Delilah here? Did I drag her out or something?
No, she's here from the past.
She's sitting on my lap.
Oh.
She was here from the 6th course, if I remember correctly. We had you roll on the screen for things.
Oh, sure. This music is just too loud.
What? I can't hear you.
I don't like this music talking about booty swinging and...
Whoa. Fade's music probably doesn't have lyrics. He does not strike me as a cunning lyricist.
Fade would get into Vocaloid
I'm
though
back.
if it existed.
Oh, true, he would. Fade
Dario,
would be a YouTuber.
the Hatman says Dario runs a hot dog cart outside the greenhouse.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna see if I bring up here back.
Yeah, go for it.
Anyway. Dario staples hot dog to the orb. Here you go, honey. It's dinner.
Eat that up.
He definitely had a moment of sitting in his fucking recliner where, like, that scene was happening. It's like, listen, I love you guys. You saved my daughter. At the same time, does this have to happen right this instant?
My man's doing the same thing earlier in a different session.
Yeah.
Oh, Dario, I love you. You suck.
Listen, Dario is like... Dario's willing to kind of be an asshole if it's like, listen, I'm not gonna have something fucking bad happen to me because I wasn't an asshole. That's stupid.
Yeah.
I was a good boy.
Asshole. Later now, it's cool.
Holy shit.
Oh, Dario.
I love that man.
Yeah. Can't wait to have him and Howie Marshall meet again and for them to refuse to interact.
Nah.
Absolutely refuse to even come in contact with each other.
Pass each other on the street. Hey, what's going on? You want to start something? Yeah. No. Yeah, okay.
Maybe. I don't know yet.
Decided. More
Common
observation
lineage.
required.
Check with me again in like 5 minutes. I'll tell you how I'm feeling.
It's the
That's just how it is in Harlow.
Yeah. If you want to know what we're talking about, check out the Hit Windrose Everlasting Patreon mini RP on $9 tier. See Hit Dogboy, Howie Marshall, go fucking exercise a ghost.
Yeah. And pass Dario on the street.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, like I'm digging this a lot. Thanks everybody for playing out the scenes so far. We're just gonna keep moving through. I got a big old list of everything that was suggested. And we're just gonna keep going.
Can I just say, even though I probably said it before, how happy and sadly proud I am that Dario has become a meme?
That's a great contribution to the stream of the community general life.
Look, he's doing.
Everyone feels it. Everyone feels it at the same time, and it's just the collective emotion. There it is.
Holy
there
shit.
It is.
Dario's in chat.
Can I get some Darios in chat? I don't know how to get a Dario ... emote, but I want one somehow. Like, I don't know how it even work.
It would just be a chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
Civ, the chicken wing locket thing fucked me up so bad. I'll remember it viscerally because that is one of the few things in my life. Will's done this to me too. I've had to spit take exactly 2 times, and one of them was sends the locket image, and I've been seeing the meme go around a lot. You just go Dario ... opens a photorealistic chicken wing.
Dario, my beloved.
Dario, my beloved. Will got me with we were playing Smash, and we played 100 matches of Terry Bogard versus Terry Bogard, and Will beats me in a match, and I go to drink, and Will goes, "Ha ha! I cheated!" Wasteland Hatter Production says, "I'm tempted to rush my sell a fan prop. Fan props are fucking awesome. I love seeing them." Oh, pensive Dario.
Take your time.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, the pensive emoji, but Dario? That sounds about right.
Yeah. You see, what we gotta do is make a bootleg of every premiere hit Twitch emote that's available. We already got Tom Champ.
We got Tom Champ.
We gotta get our own version of Kappa. Which could honestly just be Dario Lucen's fog turned black and white, to be honest. It's a very similar expression.
Yeah. Listen, he's getting a new look. He's getting a new look for the beach episode and beyond. Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, me and Will were conspiring about it. It's very funny.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Civ. No, you weren't a part of that.
Civ, we can go have our own Dario Beach episode chat.
You're right, we can, and we will.
Yes.
I'm sorry that I get to talk about Daddy-O.
God fucking
You don't get to use that name.
Oh, I
sitting
do.
on Daddy-O. No, listen, there is time before Chapter 3. I got in touch with Bryn. Bryn said after the weekend, we're going to design Chapter 3 Dario. I am going to ask in main Indigo chat how to customize this chicken wing. Usually I do it behind the scenes. I feel like we all have an investment in this one.
You see, you gotta make, like, one of those, like, Flash game build your own boyfriend systems, but except it's Dario Lucen. Yeah, build your own chicken wing.
Yeah.
Just make a Dario dress-up doll. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Pluses in chat if you're back.
No.
I never left.
Excellent. Okay, we're missing...
I'm here.
Christian.
We're missing Martha. But...
No, you're not. I'm here.
I see, yes.
You're right.
Dario, +++.
That's the name of the energy drink. Dario triple plus.
Can only have 1 can a day.
No, I'm starting to get designs back for the beach episode. I'm very excited for it.
Yay.
Me too.
Everybody's submitted really fun things so far.
I'm still waiting on a couple little bits
Carl, I
and bobs.
thought you said me too, but I thought you just said Miku, and I was like, who?
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Will.
I'm getting beat to send Miku to come along with us.
Finally, the crossover we've been waiting for.
Hey guys, I'm a phantasm. Oh my god, it's Phantasm Miku!
Martha has returned. So,
Yay.
He became a ghost.
yes. Let's play a theme. Let's play
Oh, it's time for hell. Okay.
It's time for like a little bit of hell.
All Sonder is hell.
Sonder, you
Every time Sonder steps onto screen, a little bit of hell has entered.
yes. Sonder, you have you immediately after the shit went down took off.
Just fucked up.
Yeah, you took off after, like, sort of following the trail of a few very wounded people, actually. Most notably, you tried to chase down Vaughn's trail, but hard at a certain point. But eventually you found your way back to Tide HQ. You come in the door.
Sonder enters. Oh. Oh no. No.
You come in and you start to hear the like loud, raucous talks of a bunch of people all complaining at the same time.
Oh. Oh, there's they got custom wounded eye got.
Yeah, that happened at some point. Mass just quietly did that.
Oh, the babies. Oh God. My wife.
You
wife
open
is a
the
mummy.
door.
He actually, before he goes in, vibes.
Vibes?
He's looking for general vibes and also like specific people before he goes in.
God, confusion mostly, like pain, confusion, general rowdiness, obviously, but like there's a lot happening in here. The entire room is humming with energy. And yeah, so the vibes from these, you hear it even through the door. This guy's like, come on, Karsh, get back on the cot. Like we set some aside for you. Lie down. You look like crap, man.
Multiple cots.
Karsh sits staring into the fire, still smoking, wrapped head to toe in bandages, refusing to sit back down. Refusing to lie down. He sits back in the chair very unevenly. Karsh is doing like shit.
Oh, my wife.
He leans back and like sort of writes himself, nah, I'm fine. Save it for somebody who needs it more. I mean, sir, seriously, no one needs it more than the sir flares your ears up.
Oh no. And that's what Saunders. Oh God, come on, let me click. You can do it. There we go.
You sort of creep into the room, and everyone.
Creep is an interesting word. He just walks in like nothing has happened. He's not sneaking, but he's not announcing himself either, because of course he's not. You come in the room and you get a quick lay of the land. Things are in disarray over here. Those two are here, I guess. He like takes in the room for a second before he walks up to. He ignores this completely. He just like doesn't it. He ignores those two entirely.
Yeah.
And he walks up to Karsh actually and puts a hand on his shoulder. And is like, "Hey."
Karsh like starts. You can see that sent a lance of pain through his body. Karsh looks like shit. Like, you can tell how badly wounded he is by the fact that he didn't immediately like whirl around. He kind of like winces, looks over. Ah, crap, Sonder, welcome back.
You look like shit.
He looks down at himself. I've been worse.
Sander shrugs like, yeah.
You're correct. You've seen this man, like, basically go through a wood chipper and, like, be in worse shape. Very technically, he was hospitalized, but very technically.
Very technically, Karsh receives medical care.
He looks over to
Stop
you.
by to check the damage.
It's bad, but, like, we'll walk it off. Didn't lose anyone, so that's good.
Sander, like, head tilt, but a different one. This is like a aggressive questioning. Head tilt, like what?
Yeah, everybody made it out okay. I was almost dragged off by one of those things. It's really strange. He looks down at his hands and starts to, like, think back. It's really weird. He, like, came into a room, was just on the far side drawing something on the ground, and I started to talk to it. Said, like, hey, who are you? And it turned around and it said things to me, but they're just, like, engaged me in normal conversation, and the next thing I knew, I was laid out on the ground. It was dragging me by the hair out somewhere near the docks, and motions over to those two. The big guy actually jumped in and I think saved me.
Sander considers the existence of these two for a minute. Does not acknowledge the Noctua. I don't know if he knows. Does he know? Probably only from sitting in the same room as Yoneda. That's probably it.
Yeah. You've been in the same room as Yoneda before. I don't think he's really talked to you at all, and you haven't talked to him, and you know what? That's fine.
That's fine. That's okay. Sander, God, I think he's just, like, intermittently pinging to be like, wait a minute, no, people are missing. Hold on, you're wrong.
Yeah. There's a hole or an absence here. What Karsh said is, it feels like they believe that's accurate, but they don't feel that's accurate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he, I guess, does Karsh seem like he says he ran into a thing, like probably, presumably something similar to the things that they've been dealing with. Yeah. Does Karsh seem like he's been affected by that in any way outside of
you try to look and, like, do you like try to specifically vibe check Karsh for, like, long-lasting curse effects? Yeah.
Curses, basically.
Yeah, so you start to, like, Sander, showing a surprising amount of care for Sander, you work your way around him, and you start to examine this man's wounds to see if...
Sander slowly circles the cot like a shark.
You circle the Karsh, and you find, given a little bit of time, he's got a weird overall vibe to him. Like, it's clear he was put under some sort of effect, and it's muddling his mind. Like, he's not 100% coherent, and that's not just the blood loss. And you're like, huh, that's strange. Beyond that, you're not really picking up anything that you don't even have to roll for it, because if there was anything significant, you'd feel it. You're not picking up anything other than this, like, almost, like, dreamy or dreary quality to his brain. His vibes are dulled, is the best way to put it. They're almost quieted.
Is anyone else doing that?
No, just this dude.
Ugh, alright. Alright, that's gonna have to be a later problem, but noted. Noted for now.
So how'd things go on your end?
Slow blink like a cat.
I don't know, I was told to run away from... He thinks about that pretty hard. There was, like, something came in through the front, something really big, and I know it went your way. So, yeah, somebody told me to run from that. That doesn't
You
sound
sure
like me.
everyone made it back?
Karsh is gonna roll for big, strong Karsh brain.
Oh, God.
You know, big strong Karsh brain with his wounds. Karsh's brain is about as strong as it can be with 3 fucking wounds. He goes grayscale and fades out of existence.
I see.
Sorry, Sonder. I just had a thought. Ceases to exist. His mind struggles with that, and he thinks about it pretty hard. Yeah. Shit. Feels like something's missing, for sure. Fuck. He's like looking around the room. Hey, anyone? You feel like we lost something? The call of "Hey, anyone" doesn't really resound too well. Sam like looks over a little bit. Sam looks sort of dejected. More than usual, sorry. Yeah. Feels real weird. I sort of look back and across. You can, Sonder, being between these two, you can feel the vibes. They're trying to search something, trying to fill in a gap in their minds, but they don't have the knowledge to do that.
Okay, and Sonder absolutely remembers Vaughn, right? Or
100%.
Yeah. Okay. God. Oh, now I have to consider Sonder being him. Being him and having his own deal with this nonsense. Yeah, I guess he's just gonna... He kind of like leans on the cot a little bit and goes, "Gosh, where's Vaughn? Who's your leader?"
Karsh like thinks about that kind of hard, and you hear Vaughn, and of course, those words come from his lips. Who the hell's Vaughn?
Who leads this outfit? He kind of like leans back a little bit.
He looks back around, and Karsh is gonna roll for big strong brain again. Please. Drop. Big strong brain, Karsh. No. He looks back at the door. Well, Gry used to, but he bounced. It's just been us trying to sort things out for ourselves.
For how long?
Karsh is gonna roll for big strong brain again. Karsh's big strong brain is almost enough. He scratches his beard. Ever since the empty night. Yeah, ever since the empty night it's been like this.
So you're telling me no one's been in charge for 2 years?
Yeah, we get orders from the RNA and what do you call it? The go-between, and then we do them. Of course there can't be a boss.
No.
Trails up. Sam, my dude, are you smart enough?
No.
Sam is going to reach up and eat 2 donuts. He reels back and just chomps down on his brain food, one after the other, and he looks over to you, Sonder. No, I think he's onto something. Seriously, no boss? That doesn't make a goddamn bit of sense. Organization like this can't run itself, right? Karsh sort of looks down a little bit.
Of course not. You're supposed to be the police force, right? Someone's got to be in charge here. Someone's got to do the tactical stuff. They can't do that from Arnea.
Yeah, exactly. No, something's really weird. Karsh, like, looks down a little bit. I don't know who that is, other than, like, Garai. Garai ain't here, though, so... yeah, I don't know. Almost a quiet settles over the room. You can feel the absence that's been driven into this place. No one here remembers. Not a soul. What the hell do we do next? Sam says, sitting down a little further on the bench. We, got beaten up pretty bad. You especially. Motions over to Karsh. Yeah, crap. They almost looked at you, Sonder, for an answer.
Saunders is just like, for a while, is just kind of like, just annoyed, like, it's not, and like, slowly, I think, like, brain turning, realizes everyone's looking at
Yeah, they're all looking at you.
What? He looks at Sam, still annoyed, and is like, what? What do you... realizes he's being snippy.
Sam kind of looks at him. Well, you're the detective, right?
Yeah.
You figure out what the hell happened?
I know what happened. Just gotta figure out what that means. He sits back. He sits back on the cot, like leans back here.
You sit and you think, and that's definitely punctuated by the two strangers coming over at some point.
He's ignoring them.
Yeah. Noctua, like, leaning in. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
You seem to have a good understanding of what's happening with the situation currently.
Slow blink like cat.
So she moves a little bit closer. A little bit earlier, there was a call sent out for medical assistance. They are sending people over from Pinion Tower to help out because Aranea is obligated to assist with the medical conditions of the Tide's Edge. So I wanted to let you know that because you seem to have things under control.
Sandra blinks at her. There's still a very like, why are you telling me what Pinion Tower is doing? Vibe, like he just blinks at her like, okay.
I am glad to have met a responsible member of the Tide.
Slow blink. Nah, I'm not. He starts saying he's not a member of the Tide, but he's not having a revelation where he's like, maybe, yeah. No, he's just like going back into like, how do I find Vaughn? He's very distracted. He's very not paying attention.
Ceases the conversation with Noctua to think about something else.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, very well. I have told what is clearly a captain of the Tide's Edge about their medical conditions. I have done my due diligence. I've done a good job.
I'm so proud of Noctua. Hey, Kosh, you don't remember if someone gave you a rendezvous point, right? Besides here, if you guys had to run?
Had to run. Yeah. Something like that does, actually. He sort of scratches the side of his head. The, old Tide HQ. Supposed to meet up there if anything got really, really bad.
Okay. Alright, he notes that. And looks around at the Tide. Yeah, he's probably gonna go there to check because he's like, where would Vaughn go if he ran off?
You think about it. You think about it real hard. Now, here's your decision. Do you chill with the Tide right now and let them nurse their wounds, or do you go after Vaughn? What does Sonder do?
What does Sonder do? Rolling does nothing for him.
Rolling does nothing. You're in lizard brain.
He's in lizard brain, so I guess that means I think that means he has to go after Vaughn.
Yeah.
Lizard brain wants to know where Vaughn went.
Okay. Lizard brain is gonna say go to old Tide HQ.
Yeah, so he pets after a moment of like considering that, he kind of looks around the Tide and he's like, and he pats the cot and stands up. He's like, all right, you guys recover. I'm gonna go check something. I'll be back.
You get up and you start to walk away, and it's around that time that you hear the door crack open, actually, and someone moves inside.
Oh no.
Tap, 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 tap. Door slides open. Okay, this is worse than I expected. Hey, they stop and look at you. You wounded?
Nah.
Okay. Good. You need to be lying down. They start to immediately move past and, like, go to deal with Karsh and the rest of everyone else. Okay, everyone, no more moving or getting out of bed. You're just gonna agitate your wounds more. Sonder, you see that situation unfold as Karsh is put to bed, protesting the entire time.
I think Karsh gets fussy and Sander's like, just lay down.
He listens to you, actually. You doing okay? Moves over to this one. Yeah, I mean, like physically, sure.
Sam.
And you decide you're heading out to go after Vaughn.
Yeah, he's like, doctor's got this, I gotta go. He tells Karsh to behave.
You successfully ground Karsh. And head out. So, now we're gonna focus on what's happening at the university, and this will be a scene for everyone else. You all are going to, this is the moment that you are all more or less like called in from the exterior. So I'm gonna drop us on the exterior map, but yeah, you all are more or less pulled inside. Let me by an announcement from Betta Lillman. Dario's grounded to outside also temporarily.
Oh.
He like sits out there. You guys exchange some conversation, but before too long you were allowed back in the building.
As they go by and like Dario might be about to walk in, but I was like, no, stay out. Delilah looks over. The hell did you do?
Dario hangs his head like a fucking sad dog.
Oh, we will talk later. All right.
Oh, okay. So y'all come back and let me move you all in and go to this song. This works. Okay. Of course I'm keeping that there. Yeah, you come inside. Grandpa's stand up. He's moved around. Him and Teach have you can notice Bettle's eyes are like sort of reddish. He's been crying a bit, but he seems to be like put together at least at this point. He motions to the room as a whole. Well, please everybody come in. You can feel free to speak to her as much as you wish. For now, he raises a hand. I want to establish something. I don't think it is wise for Leticia in her current state to remain conscious. I think by the end of tonight, I'm going to basically put her to sleep for a time until we can discover a way to perhaps get her body back or something else. So get your words in now if you so wish. I don't wish to leave her in motions to the orb, that state.
Delilah looks at the orb and then back to Bettle. Well, when you put her to sleep, is she gonna dream or anything, or?
He thinks about that. I don't know. To tell you the truth, when it comes to pausing what is functionally someone's spectral essence, he says, motioning with his hands, I believe it'll pass in an instant. It'll be like blinking for her.
All right. Thank you.
He kind of nods. And then takes a step back, puts his back to the wall, folds his tail up, sits and watches. Daringway is going to sit in the corner and say nothing because he's not supposed to be here, but wants to.
Delilah looks over to Daringway and Tilly. Well, I assume you guys have something to say, yeah?
Dario. Yeah, Dario and Tilly, yeah. Dario stands up. Yeah, I do. Yeah, should I go first? That good?
I think you should decide when. I mean, you're her father.
Yeah. Crap, yeah. He moves past the crystal that he failed to place earlier, and sort of moves in, and he doesn't sit down in the chair. Though it is sitting there if he needs it, and goes, just talk to the orb then? Bettel nods. Yes, I believe she's fully aware and fully capable of speaking. He leans in like, there. You doing okay? Everything going good in there? And a voice speaks up from inside. It resonates around the room, using this still space almost as a conduit to convey thoughts almost directly to you. No, I'm not. Dario's voice almost falls and falters for a second. Yeah, moments and words, hey, I missed you. Crap. He, is, like, letting out a slight chuckle. Hearing his daughter's voice for the first time in so long, it makes his stomach drop out, his legs become lead, and he simply sits and watches the orb as shapes begin to dance and twist inside of it. A familiar spectral form, almost projected directly. My memories aren't so clear. I don't know what's been happening, but I think it's been coming back bit by bit. The eye shifts, focusing instead on you. Tilly, you feel almost lanced by that gaze. Thank you, thanks for keeping the little bit of me who's still around inside of you. It's like it's coming back bit by bit. Thanks for remembering me. A voice ricochets out through the room, and Tilly, you feel those emotions clear as day. Pure gratitude. That same expression, that same feeling where this figure approached you again and again during the dream. All of those cries for help, you did not turn a deaf ear to. For a minute, you feel all of that appreciation focus in on your body at the same time.
She chokes up.
Delilah just pats her on the shoulder and just smiles.
I don't know what else to say other than thanks. Thanks for remembering me, and I'm sorry. That voice echoes out through the room. Delilah, how do you respond?
Delilah doesn't react. She just keeps her smile and she looks over. You have nothing to apologize for, dear.
Dario sits down in the chair. Leticia's presence sort of cascades around the room again. It was dumb. I ran off. I thought I could save the city, but look at what happened.
How on earth could you have known?
I don't know what I was supposed to do. Was I supposed to be stronger, smarter? I don't know what. Dario's voice speaks up. Oh, none of that crap. It's like she says, something you could have done. And the voice rises, emotions spiking with it. Yeah, that's because it was never enough.
How on earth do you mean?
The form sort of roils and then fades back. I didn't know how to do it. Didn't know how to be the boss. I just thought if I kept trying, if I kept doing my best, it'd be enough, but the form starts to shift and shiver away, and you can feel something. The emotion that drove her to find like the projected emotion of the Forgotten right now is one of somebody who just desperately wants to shift away from that feeling. It's, to a certain extent, the feelings of Leticia Lucent projected at large. Someone who was out in front, large and in charge, but wanted, should the worst come to happen, to fade away and hide. You can feel the sense that's spreading through the room is, more than anything else, kind of embarrassment.
Oh, dear. If it's any consolation, before all this happened, I think Riviera was finally going the right way. And that's all thanks to you.
At that, a branch kind of snaps in the corner. Teach turns over, sees that figure, hears the voice floating in the ball, comes in contact with it in a moment, and almost possessed, she steps forward and then just makes to the door and just kind of runs out.
Okay, Teach exits.
Delilah looks back and forth. If you'll all excuse me, Leticia, before I go, I just want you to know, I love you dearly. And
her gaze focuses in solely on you.
And I know I wasn't your mama, but I always saw you as a daughter. And I always will. So, once we get this all figured out, you make sure to let me know what your favorite treat is, and we'll get that ready for you at the table.
You feel that same gratitude extend to you again, and the figure simply nods. Yeah, can't wait for it. And
me neither, dear.
Now, do me a favor. Tell me, what term did Leticia use to refer to Delilah when Delilah was looking after her during her stay?
I get the vibe it was always aunt.
Aunt.
I think even though Delilah,
well,
because I don't think Delilah ever straight up called her daughter, just out of respect to Diana, and also didn't want to like push boundaries and all that jazz. But Delilah's like, I don't care right now.
Yeah, that's super fair. You and like sort of as you make your way away, you do hear that call from behind you, Auntie Delilah. And you realize how many years it's been since you've heard that.
It's nice to hear. If you all excuse me. And Delilah scoots out and figures she's got to go check on Teach.
Yeah, you exit.
I will say, as you step out to go find her, she's already just gone.
She's just booking it?
She fucked off.
Is she just running and running and running?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Delilah, you poke your head out, and you do not want Teach to be found in this instance.
We're gonna let that sit a little bit.
Okay, so you're just gonna fuck off, and Delilah, you look at the exterior and you're like, whoa, she is gone.
Delilah looks at that, nods, and instead she's like about to walk in. It's like, I already said goodbye. No, this is just weird now. And she actually just sits next to Derek.
Leticia's gaze fixates on Tilly again.
I thought that I would have something very important to say. Something grand and uplifting. Or fantastical. To send you off to sleep for this nap or something. But I don't really... Is there anything you want me to do for you?
That's a fun question. She actually retracts for a second and sort of like thinks, turning the idea over in her head, and she looks at you. First of all, I wanted to thank you for playing hide and seek with me these last few months. That couldn't have been a comfortable experience.
No. It was pretty terrible.
Her form sort of dissipates, reforming slightly, looking up at the roof, sort of the distant sky. We're always way too damn good at hiding, you know that, right?
Yeah. Didn't try to, though.
She floats out, and for the first time, she seems to get a look of comprehension with what you meant by those words. A refrain that you repeated over the years that no one seemed to understand even for a moment. She nods. I think I get that now. Oh, I was kind of gonna... She fidgets with her hands. I was kind of gonna, I don't know, mope her wine. I wanted to. That would have felt really good, but she presses her own face against the ball. I guess I'll give saying something big and grand and fantastical a shot. Sounds good in a situation like this. The eye extends almost eerily, like it stretches eerily, the surface of the ball distorting it. If you can do it, I don't want you to hide anymore. I know that's the hardest thing in the world to ask of you, but she looks down at herself a little bit. And then focuses back in on you. For whatever time I miss, live for my sake, okay? It doesn't need to be anything grand or cool or anything like that. Just when I wake up, tell me about all the stories, all those memories I missed, okay?
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I don't know exactly how long you're going to be in here. Of course, we will try to get you out as soon as we can, but you might need to tell me to shut up then, because it might be a lot.
The eye pinches shut into a clear as day smile. And for a moment, you feel a common experience wash over the two of you. A long time ago, Tilly getting far too emphatic with a story, and Leticia sort of callously brushing it off. Mallow was the only one who listened back in those days. But in this moment, you feel like that gratitude building up again extends from Leticia, from past to present. She simply smiles. Looking forward to it. Please, talk my ear off.
What book do you want me to read to you first?
She looks across, thinks back on the book she offered you in the dream. The one of the heroes being reforged into weapons under brutal dragon fire. That thought dances across her head, and she tilts her head again. I think, what was that story about the log cabin in the night? That's a good one. I'd love to hear that.
That is a nice one, yes.
It's very good.
Okay, well, we're not going anywhere. We will be here when you wake up.
She nods, and then finally focuses in on Dario, who's sitting there, sort of trying to put together exactly what he's going to say. Takes a step up. Moves in. Hey, yeah, don't worry about this. We'll get you right out. It's fine. You can trust us. I mean, I'm not too smart at this kind of stuff, but look at all the geniuses we got in this room. Emotions around. It's gonna work out fine. Her expression changes again. I have one more request for all of you, actually.
Keep a leash on him.
The expression shifts to you, and that same cocky smile returns. Yeah, stay in charge of this, please. Dario, blinks a few times. What do you mean? You dyed your hair. Looks like crap. You look terrible. Did you get a stomach? You used to take way better care of yourself. Dario takes a step back. Oh, what the hell do you mean? I've been out of it. I've been depressed. It's been a lot. She looks back at the two of you over there and reprocesses the scenario. Please keep an eye on him. I don't think if I'm gonna be asleep, no one will, right? Dario sort of hangs his shoulders, and then takes a step forward and sort of pings the side of the ball with a knuckle. Love you, kiddo. She kind of nods along, and the two just stay there for a while. Bedelman eventually sort of stretches his back, stands up, moves across, closes in. If I may. Dario looks back, nods. And Bedelman sets about setting the final seals in place. Hey, Fade.
Yeah?
Were you gone?
I left.
Okay. Hey, Teach. Where did you go?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't really given it much thought yet. I think she's just going somewhere, probably looking for a place of comfort or just where you would go when you're having a mini panic attack.
Nah, okay. So you're just going to wander the city in that case.
Yeah. I don't know what you have planned yet, but
I'm gonna cut us ahead then.
Yeah, do so.
Time passes. Yeah, time passes in the city of Indigo. And like that, like a dream, that night sort of shifts away, and you settle into what sort of becomes a new reality. The 15th will go down in your head as a night you'll remember, but time sort of goes on. A few days passed. One after the other. Doink, doink.
Oh boy.
Doink. And everyone, in their various states of recovery, go out into the city. But first, I'm gonna check in on Chantilly Iris.
Civ BRB'd.
Oh, that's a good point. We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Hey Jay, I'm gonna DM you something.
Yeah, everybody DM me if anything changed. DM me.
I send you quick DM.
Oh, shoot me the quick DM.
Where the hell is where are you? Why can't I find you?
Hell.
Yeah, I don't like. Obviously, this doesn't need to be RP'd out at all, but I think when the final seal goes on, Delilah's just gonna walk up to Dario and take his hand and be like, "Hey, man, wherever you want to go tonight, my treat." Like,
you know what? Let's roll back time.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see.
That'll give me an opportunity to do a thing too.
Excellent. Okay, so we will roll back in the clock.
I'm sorry.
No. I just got DM'd a bunch of things that's like, oh, here's the thing I could do, and I'm like, wait, we could do this all right now. To the 15th, it's still ignore those days. They did not happen. That'll happen at some point. Okay, so Carl, shoot me where Fade went too.
Oh, I think you know where he.
Oh, okay. So we're doing that.
The
then.
obelisk.
Yes, one of my other various hexagonal cubic pyramids.
I feel safe here. All right.
Okay, so no, that's too scary. We're gonna do this bit by bit. We'll do in order. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna talk about what happens with Sonder really quick. Because that one.
He's leading the tide. That's what
Boy, someone should tell him that.
Let's do yeah, this one works.
I'm sorry, we're checking in with Sonder.
We're checking in with Sonder first. Unfortunately, this is
I'm sorry.
This is
I didn't mean to do this anyway.
Hold on. Let me find it. Where the fuck are you? There we go. Okay. Let me set something up very quick. Oh
boy.
Sonder. You, oh boy. You go to the old HQ.
He does.
And you look around this place that you were just here earlier this month. And, J-Man, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Is Vaughn here?
No.
Sonder, you walk around that old Tide HQ, and you, in that case, something different happens.
Oh, God.
God, yeah. Actually, no, I have a question. How long does Sonder spend here? Does he just confirm that Vaughn's not here and then leave, or does he hang out?
Yeah, I think because he's looking like he's not. Sonder doesn't do like sentimental reflection and hanging out, so that's not a thing he does, especially not right now.
Yeah.
So I think he goes around. He looks for literally any signs that anyone has been here at all.
Yeah, you're you booked it literally from the city to here, so it's like, for comparison's sake, it's probably like 4 a.m. Like, you walk for a while and you're like, fuck. You look around that old Tide HQ and there ain't nothing here. Nobody here.
Hold on. Very important.
And you, like, casting your gaze around this place, you sort of start to remember, like, a lot of the memories that sort of used to exist here, but they're not really related to the present right now. This place holds a lot of heavy emotions for you. Well, heavy emotions for others that were then picked up by you.
Yeah.
No, Vaughn.
Let's see. From here, he'll either do one of two things.
Yeah.
He can either head back to the Tide and see how they're doing, just I could just be there, or just lizard brain it and see if his
I think you should lizard brain it.
if the essence of him will take him literally to anything.
Yes, give me just a roll to die first, then equip lizard brain, and then give a roll to do.
All right, which lizard brain are we dealing with? Oh, that one.
I see.
Okay. Well.
Fantastic. Now give me that roll to do.
Oh my
God. You had to have it. So, okay. I'm gonna tell you what happens. You get on Vaughn's trail immediately, putting yourself in his position, and you will catch up with Vaughn during this session, 100% guaranteed. We are going to pick up with Sonder when he does.
Okay.
You're just like, no, bullshit. I'm not, nope, I don't sentimentally reflect. I don't do any of this shit. I also don't let people take my things. And from old Tide HQ, Sonder, you get on the right path.
Fucking bloodhound.
Oh my God.
Losing things.
Okay, Teach. What did you do immediately?
She immediately went off over to a bar and grabbed a seat, got a drink, and called a friend.
Okay. Let me play this theme. Hold on. Yeah. Oh no, there's a good theme for exactly this. Hold on 1 second. Make sure I've got this all loaded up.
Is it the thing where she butt dials Noctua by accident and then calls the person she meant to call?
Yeah.
They're one and the same, don't you?
This butt dial was very intentional. So yeah, you fuck off. You sprint across the city, and yeah, you find your way over to a bar. Let's bring it full circle. Hey, Mask, if you could drop Opal's icon on this bar. Noctua was fired from here, so we need a bartender. Let's see. Drop you in here. So you Teach. You just sat fucking down. Did you order a drink?
Yes.
This is your one for the month, right?
She got the bottle.
Yeah. Run me through. What's happening?
She sits down, cracks it, starts running it through, and just kind of starts taking a drink. She sips down, finishes a glass, pours out another one, and her mind feels like it's rushing. She feels a pounding. She can almost feel the pounding in her heart, in her chest. It's sort of melded together into the one just continual pumping motion over and over again as she sort of sits there, looks across, and then kind of like, this is good. Thank you. She kind of just lifts her hand up and then takes a drink again.
Yeah, the bartender just smiles, nods, he moves on with his life, and eventually you hear the ding-a-ling. Someone comes into the bar. Kind of opens the door. I came as quickly as I could.
Oh, cool. Thank you. She sits on down. How was your day?
I had a very good day. How about yours? She looks at the bottle, looks at your face, then looks back to you, and then just waits for you to say anything.
It was a pretty bad day. It was a pretty bad day. She stops, takes a sip. Everything go the stakeout?
Yes, we got bored, and Noctua catches you up with all of the events that have happened to her, like that is the most important thing that happened in the day.
she just kind of listens and hears that and lets the voice just kind of drone on.
Yeah, no, it goes on and on and on and on, and she thoroughly describes how cool Yoneda was.
Oh, didn't you fight him?
Yes. He also said he was giving up on kidnapping people, probably thanks to my influence, so that's good also.
That's good.
He, as the superior kidnapper, defeated the weaker one. She says that seriously, even as I crack.
He does actually. You have a way with words, you know that?
She nods. Like, yes, I believe I do. And then looks back across the bar, and then back to you. Oh, it looks like you've been wounded.
Huh?
Did you get into a scuffle of your own?
Oh yeah. That was the I got shot at.
She blinks.
Yeah, I got shot at by oh my god, was that the old police chief? Fucker. Fuck that guy. Piece of shit. No.
Well, you're
Teach
here.
is mixing him up with the police chief. In fact, he is not. Teach will continue to incant and make that mistake.
Well, you're okay now. Why are you here and not in a hospital?
And they said I was fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Illyria checked me out and said I was playing pretend, kind of.
I don't think you can pretend to be shot.
No, exactly, but she said it's okay. So you talk more, come on.
She leans in and then focuses on you very hard. Vibe check.
When she said that out loud.
No, internally speaking, she's checking your vibes to see if they're fucking, like, she's sensing a lot of different emotions coming off of you, and like the Doinker scan you repeatedly up and down.
Mm-hmm.
If you just wish me to speak, I can speak at length.
She holds for a moment and considers for a bit. Let me roll the do for her. Let me make sure she doesn't have any swings locked in. Doesn't look like it, and I'm gonna just see what happens. Oh, wait, is Red unwounded now because I rested there?
Oh yes.
Okay, let me. It's important. I'm gonna unwound that, and we're gonna roll again. Right. Let's see. Ah, I see.
Oh.
Excellent. In which case, Teach turns over. Yeah, just talk. It's good.
Well, okay. This is what I've been doing over the last few weeks. I've given it the loose title of The Sleeping Shadow. It's a very important story. Noctua starts to just go on and on and on and on about what she's been doing, and Teach, you just sit and you listen and you smile, and then at some parts, Noctua's like, and then my life was at risk, and you're like, huh.
I get another bottle like halfway through the story, and at a certain point, like, Teach just starts like hollering and laughing and getting really engaged with it as she starts to like hear more about this, and everything else just kind of seems to just fade off for a bit as she's able, with everything she's assembled in front of her, her perfect coping mechanism.
And then Noctua finishes, and like, and then I saved the city. She says straight to your face.
Oh my god, I didn't know you were doing something so important.
Yes. Apparently you were doing something very important as well.
No, you were doing the really important stuff. You're super important. Kind of looks over and leans up like, really important, Noctua.
She's getting a swelled head about all of this. She's like nodding along like, I'm glad you recognize that, but at the same time, what happened? You don't have to talk about it now if you're not ready. And then she stops and thinks, looks around at the bar. Teach, do you remember the state that I was in the last time we were in this bar?
She stops a bit and she's like, just tell me.
I was distraught because I thought that immediately in front of me, while I was incapacitated, one of my dear friends had perished. I thought I was powerless to do anything, and I thought I would never get a chance to see her again. Something pops up and starts to shift around the room. Small little gremlin. Yeah, this is all sounding pretty darn familiar.
Teach feels stuff starting to push past the little haze in her brain that she's sort of put herself in, and she's just kind of like, yeah, I remember that.
Well, immediately afterwards, you decided to walk with me for multiple hours into the depths of the woods to pick up a note and then walk with me back in the middle of a storm.
She does remember that. Yeah, and what?
Noctua sort of exhales through her nose particularly hard. It seems like you're kind of weathering a storm right now, too. So, wherever you walk, I will follow.
I just really fucked up. I did it twice. And it's just, I don't know. What am I supposed to do about that?
She looks back across the bar. And then back to you. Folds her hands. Leans in. You fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
She looks down at your leg. Then at your chin. And then back at the bottle. Sort of exhales. This can't be about you. You wouldn't be crying this hard if it was.
God. She's just like, no, I just keep fucking it up because I talk to students and I just keep my fucking mouth shut. I just keep telling them stupid shit and they go off and get themselves trying to get killed and all that stuff. And they smile at me. I fucking hate that smile so much.
She listens to that.
Why did they... I could feel it. She was saying... She was, like, apologizing and so happy, and they both were... I don't know.
She tilts her head, looks at you, thinks, like, tries to sort of process exactly what you're telling her, and then she's gonna reach out, sort of offer you a shoulder to lean on. Bump. The physicality sort of passes through your body in an instant, and she prods you with a long, long finger.
Yeah.
She sort of like tries you again. So, you said that 2 people have done this, correct? Well, I could start with a few things. I could say the obvious one, which is you are a university professor. Your students are adults. As such, they make their own decisions, and tethering your fate to yours will only bring you misery in the end, especially if they are the types to self-sacrifice. Noctua places a hand on her chest. This is the mentality that I follow. It's one that's served me relatively well, but I have to admit it's flawed. Just just this month, I had to realize I couldn't say that Beretta Pietro's fate was her own. She trails off. I felt responsible for it, and I felt the weight of that life against my own. She looks up to you, Teach. You go.
I forget. I forgot, and I let myself forget. And I don't forget the other times, but I should have learned, but I didn't. It's just, I can't even remember why the student, I feel like this about them, and yet I can't remember the lessons. They just talked, and then Beretta runs off, does all this shit, and then it doesn't matter that she's alive, it makes it all feel better. Shit. Jay.
Yeah.
Facade breaks, April.
Yeah, immediately. Yep. Yeah, okay, go on.
I just say stuff and they go off, and adults, whatever, they still do it. Maybe Tyr wouldn't have went off too if I didn't talk to him about some bunch of stupid shit. They didn't even tell me.
I have a question for you.
What?
Are you mourning over the loss of your friends or the loss of a student right now? She draws herself up to her full height, and intones a voice. As a teacher, your usefulness will someday cease. But as a friend, your usefulness will never cease. She incorrectly quotes. She rests her hands on the counter again. Teach, you told me you chose that name.
Yes.
Martha Teach. That was somebody you liked a lot, so you wanted to embody her fully. Become a teacher from the very bottom of your soul. She smiles. I don't know who you were before that. The gremlin next to her sits down on the chair. But that's the person you decided to be for right now. Her eyes refocus on you again. There's nothing wrong with mourning the loss of a friend. In fact, I think it's important.
No, it's not that. Thank you, though. I just...
Pats you on the back.
She
You
just
feel
kind of...
responsible, like you could have done more.
I think I should have done better the second time. I didn't... How many times is this gonna have to happen until I just do the thing right?
Well, I don't think I need to tell you how much your students love you. All of your successes, she almost sort of futzes around with the end of her cloak. They light up that university. They make it a luminous place that can be a home even to someone like me.
Okay. Stop. Thank you.
You say both at the same time. So, I need you to remember them. And I need you to remember that Martha Teach fought for them. She sort of claps you on the other shoulder. You've tried so hard for their sakes. I'm sorry that it hurt you.
Yeah.
She rubs your back. It feels hideous.
Teach can't really muster up the right words right now, especially because shit's just starting to hit. She just kind of lets her head and glasses press against the bar. She just kind of holds the glass and lets basically just herself just feel that.
She looks across, still patting you on the back. The image of a hero that saves everyone. The image of a teacher that can successfully teach everyone the lessons that she's felt. Lessons that are burned into her body. She pats you again. If you can become that someday, I'll be impressed. But for now, I think it's okay to be the Martha Teach that still has to cry and stand up again. She gives you another pat. After all, your story's not over yet.
Okay, I'll stop drinking.
I believe that would be a wise course of action. She sort of sits you up again.
It's okay, I got the condition. I can make the call. Pushes it away.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think your doctor makes the call.
Yeah, that's right.
She looks at you again. And, like, her eyes sort of settle into an uneasy, like, just, like, clear as glass. She's just watching your expression.
She's calmed a little bit, but she's still very, like, swinging around a bit, and occasionally she'll just kind of have, like, a face like she's about to cry again, and just kind of go a bit back staticky with it, and then just kind of, like... Oh, no. No, okay.
Noctua looks relieved for half of a second.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I don't think I got anything else to say. Yeah.
So don't. She she looks back across the bar. A very rude thing to say, admittedly, at the moment.
Despite that rudeness, she says, "Thank you."
For tonight, you don't need to be Martha Teach.
I'm trying to do that the whole time.
You don't have to.
Just what it that.
She looks back to you. And then that sort of tired smile returns. Be whoever you are right now, because beyond that drinking problem, I feel like I saw past. I got past that blinding light of yours. Noctua looks very happy.
She just kind of thinks about that. She turns her head a bit while leaning, so that her left cheek is kind of pressed against the cool marble as she kind of stares across at Noctua, and she's a little kid back there. And for a moment, T just like, oh no, what am I doing? I'm in front of a kid. At a bar, and then she remembers. Some of that probably kind of mutters out for a bit until she just kind of refocuses, and then she's just like, she thinks about that and thinks, yeah, Martha Teach, the name she chose for herself. Martha after one of her heroes, and Teach after wanting to teach, just like that. A little bit of a worm kind of sticks its way into her brain, though. For some reason she can't remember. She thought she named herself that for another reason, too. But she can't figure it out right now, probably just the drink, and she just lets that slip away.
You spend the rest of the night sitting here. A goddamn trooper always. Opal keeps the bar open till the wee hours of the morning.
Bless you, Opal, you champ. You have to deal with this shit.
But stops serving you alcohol almost immediately after overhearing that shit.
Yeah.
It's like you know what? You've had enough for a multitude of reasons. Teach.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to decide. What do you do with your role model gift?
That's a question. Well, I think. I guess it's that. What? Say it again.
You can also roll to see how far Noctua got through to you.
Let's try that
if you,
first.
If you want some dice. Okay, getting over the barrier of your... Oh, I clicked on teach. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That second one was me rolling a teach, because that's the roll. 15 then.
Okay.
So roll to die.
Here comes the Noctua roll.
I think being locked...
Yeah, that's about right. Noctua's rolls are Noctua's rolls. Yeah, so interpret that as you... Are you blue?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, you're trying to empathize. I'd normally be like, oh, this is a clash, but it's not like you're really resisting anything.
No, not really.
So yeah, you just let those words wash over you and tell me how you think and feel.
So, I think as she tries to feel, she's sort of just pressing her head down and thinking. And it's really hard to come to like any sort of like, whenever she thinks of something, it's kind of like immediately she's like, that's a great idea. Then she just kind of phases off with it. Like she's very much not thinking too efficiently about this. But the thought that kind of comes to her head is like, yeah, like she thinks about Noctua and in general what she just said with like, if you want to become like that someday, I'd be really surprised and I'd be proud. And she kind of thinks about that and she's just kind of like, something about that stick. She moves for it and it's just like, yeah, you should be proud of me. And then, she's like, that's not quite right. What did I mean by that? And she loops around a little bit, and at the beginnings, though she won't form the thoughts now, in fact, maybe it'll take her a few days, I think at some point she sees the seeds planted and understands that this look right now, it's not good for her. She doesn't really like this or doing any of this kind of feeling. If someone walked in on her now, one of her students, she would absolutely not be a great role model. But maybe that's tenable after all. She's a good teacher. She thinks she can finally separate that. She is a good teacher. But she does want to be a good role model too. And that requires just a little bit extra, just a tiny bit more effort. That'll be the goalpost for her from now on. Separated from her being a good teacher.
Oh boy. Okay. You make that quiet promise to yourself, and you spend the night drifting away. Time to catch up with a cat.
Cat time.
Meow.
I gotta set something up. Because the cat walked off in a direction as well. Let me make sure that this map is good. Where did I put you? Oh god, don't tell me I was dumb and put you back in the... Oh, I think I was dumb. Okay, this is gonna take a second to fucking find.
Hide the map I was going to.
Yeah, like we rearranged it for some fucking reason. Oh god. It's not at the bottom.
Did you want to drop us off right back outside the greenhouse for a sec?
Do you want to do that? I can also have Fade having run off as well.
Want to do that while you try and find that?
I found it.
Oh, you found it? Never mind. Okay.
I found it. Okay. Fade, here's where you are. Okay. Let me grab this character. Put her here. That works. Okay. Fade.
Yeah.
Tell me why your footsteps take you here.
So when he left the greenhouse, he was just kind of feeling like he wasn't really supposed to be there. Like, he helped. He knew he had a reason to be there, but seeing all of them talk to Letitia, all of their heartfelt moments with her, it wasn't the place for him to be. So he just he left, and thinking about family loss and loved ones lost, before he knows it, he finds himself here in the graveyard.
It's the graveyard late at night. That's not a place that many people who are faint of heart go, and it's on the far side of town, so, like, you really rarely find your way over here, but as you do, and as you work your way around, you see something. Individual little motes and dots of color, light, almost energy dancing around the graveyard. And your eyes look up at the sky, and a section of the fog that's cleared. And this is one of the few places that's remote enough that the drowning, overwhelming light of the city actually manages to let those stars through, and it lets you see that brilliant aurora in the air. They almost seem to hang around the graveyard just the same. And as your eyes trace the line from heaven to earth, you see someone sitting in the middle of the graveyard, surrounded by those very same lights. I knew I'd hear a Christian.
I increased as I started scrolling down my screen.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect to see anybody here.
Me either, to tell you the truth. She sort of stands up and a little flustered, actually, like dusts herself off. Sorry, Alcott Lobeliavel. She holds out a hand.
Fate Philadelphus. He takes her hand back.
She has, like, you notices her expression, pure fear for a moment of like, oh, another person, that's great, and then shifts back to like, oh, this is fine. She looks around. Are you here to visit someone?
I guess you could say that. Don't really, What does it cost to get a grave in Indigo? Would it have been expensive?
It was not, no. It's getting a plot here is relatively cheap, actually. This graveyard extends on for quite some time. It's the Old Town Graveyard, so yeah, no, not too expensive.
I guess you could say that. Family's buried here, and I don't know, it felt like a night for it.
I see. Yes. Actually, I comprehend completely. Her expression widens for a second, and then falls, looking at you. What is that? She takes a step around. Multiple directions, looking at you from all sides. You have an interesting aura, my friend.
What makes you say that?
It's almost like a pall is hanging over you. Like you're wrapped in a curtain. She sort of exhales. What type of burden do you carry? And then she stops, realizing that she's gone on a little bit, and like actually her face sort of flushes for a second. Oh, I'm sorry. I tend to get relatively caught up when something interesting is immediately presented to me.
I don't blame you. You and me both. I was about to pull out my list of issues and problems, but at this point.
Well,
what brings you out here at this hour?
She looks back at the graveyard, open and empty, and then looks back to you. When people pass on, oftentimes there are feelings left unresolved. They hang around and flit and dance in the air. I make it my business to come to places like this where those energies come together to make sure that they can move on from this world. She looks back to you, and then her eyes narrow again. And you found your way to me.
You gotta be kidding. It's gotta be some kind of coincidence, I guess.
No, because I hang out in the graveyard waiting for exact instances like this, she says, taking a step forward. Coincidence is what you make of it. I make I'm about to sound like a businessman. I make opportunities. She, her gaze, her glittering eyes, move around you again. What an oddity has latched onto you. You're quite the oddity yourself. Care to tell me a little bit about your life? You said you were going to break out a laundry list of all your various problems, but now I want to hear that list.
Fade chuckled to himself, like, you are a very interesting woman, Miss Alcott. Yeah.
I'm glad you recognize that. She smiles, beaming, angelic expression.
It's one to know one.
Oh, I like you. She gets this look on her face. Fade, what are you gonna tell Alcott?
He'll give her the rough outline of his life so far. You know, skimming over the boring bits. Childhood. Parents died when he was probably around 12-ish, I would say.
Yeah.
Young, but not too young. And then just a few years back, what was it? 2, 3? How long did he sign? I can't remember. It's not important. Brother died. And he's kind of been, in his mind, alone since then.
You two... Eventually, the night does go long, and you two are actually sitting up on the bench overlooking the graveyard. Those same lights sort of dancing up above you. She looks at the stars and then back down. You lost your family.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, yeah.
Nothing left afterwards. She sort of trails off. What did you... Well... This would be the most relevant question for me. After you lost your brother, what did you do?
Fade sits there and thinks for a moment. It's gonna sound cheesy, but I guess you could say I died too.
She doesn't laugh. She doesn't blink. She just nods along as well. I thought to a certain extent. Your colors looked a little dismal.
Maybe that's why I look like this. He looks down at his garish, neon, horrible outfit.
She thinks about that. Normally, I would be the one to say, oh, you must be freed from the burdens that you carry on your soul. But, my friend, I don't know if what you carry is necessarily a burden from someone else, or... She trails off. Are you more the type to say, in this case, you are afflicted more by an emptiness, or you are carrying the weight of another? It could be both, but I'm curious. I want to hear your words.
Fade leans back on the bench, looking up at that swirling aura that he so rarely gets a chance to see. And finally just thinks for a moment. It's almost like that aurora is now swirling in his head, mixing his thoughts, and I guess carrying the burden of someone else, but in a way, pushing away my own? I don't...
She nods. I see. So, she claps her hands together. You are being haunted. She stands up and points at you very dramatically.
Oh?
Yes. You're being haunted currently. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are currently in the possession or the throes of a haunting most great and terrible.
And how do I fix this, Miss Alcott?
Well, there are multiple solutions, but the primary one would be, She takes a step forward and leans in. Learning the name of the ghost and exercising it.
Well, I already know his name.
She nods. Yes, but does anyone else? Do you have someone that you could turn to and say it aloud? Is there someone who's willing to sit and listen to you at the moment? Because, believe it or not, this is not one of those things like, oh, you need more friends or anything like that. No, professional help is available if needed. She sort of trails away. But at the same time, like any good spirit, an exorcism begins with knowing its nature, and then you could begin the process of being rid of it. Your life, if it is currently being smushed out by some creature from beyond, can resume. The illness that plagues your body could fade. You might be able to live free of that ghost someday. She looks over. Of course, it's difficult a lot of the time for me to say, oh, I'm speaking in metaphor, or oh, I'm speaking quite literally. For me, it's sort of a mixture of both right now. She prods you in the chest. Something's clinging to you, my friend. Literally and figuratively.
Oh, literally. He looks around. I mean, is she clinging to him?
She's going to poke you. Roll to die versus this. Alcott is going to use one of her gifts to lock in your gray swing.
Okay, that's fair.
She prods you. And you're able to handily deflect her hand like, ew, what are you doing? Stop. And you feel that presence and aura spread throughout the area. Yep, there it is. You've been carrying quite the burden, my friend.
Well, he's not around to carry it himself anymore. Can't just leave it there.
She hears that and sort of lets it sit for a second. I'm not in the business of telling you what should and shouldn't be important to you. If you decide this is important to carry, it's your business to carry it. But tell me about it. Alcott gets a deathly a serious expression on her face. I'm not ready to split it with you. That's not what I would... That's probably not what you want either. But putting a name to the ghost. That's how we deal with it. She sits and she listens to you, Fade, for the rest of the night, beyond the incidentals of I got stabbed, I did this, I did that. Alcott Lobeliavel sits and listens to you talk about the weight that has been crushing down on you these last few years. And if it's okay with you, I'm going to save the content of that conversation for another character.
Yeah.
Perfect.
For me.
That puts you in a fantastic spot. So, oh boy. Greenhouse. I'm just gonna catch up with you guys after everyone's left. Carl, I shake you. That was really good.
The goose.
You shake the. Now we can shake the goose together.
Okay. So for the people who are still here, time passes and everything grows silent. Daringway leaves.
Fuck out of here.
Daringway's gone. But you all are still in the greenhouse. Bettle's still like shifting around and making sure that everything is like going good. So, where are you two at?
I think at some point, Delilah's not going to cut Tilly off. She goes around and just lightly takes Dario's hand. Well, I don't know what your plans are now, but wherever you want to go, let me treat you. I'm, you know, just a nice reminder. You are not alone, dear.
Looks back at the ball, looks over at Tilly, looks back at you, and then kind of nods. You know where I want to go? I want to check on your father.
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that.
You turn over to see Tilly, who is there with like nervous chihuahua energy. Like, yes, that is what I want to do as well. Clearly,
Dario says that and then turns back around and throws his hands up and then claps them together. I'm really sorry for acting like an ass until now, he says with eyes at Bettel in particular. Bettel is like still pouting in the corner a little bit, like apology not accepted. Yeah, I gotta handle other things, but emotions with this head to the ball. I think she'd kill me if I didn't put myself first, so like, yeah. Sorry, I've been a real ass. He takes your hand, Delilah, and starts to tug, actually. Afterwards, though, do you own the tap house?
I do, actually, yes.
You think you could open it like 4 a.m.?
I think I can manage that. And Delilah freezes. Wait a minute. I hate to do this. You two, can you check up on Jean Mirage? I realized I made a promise.
Huh? He, like, his eyebrow tilts. Yeah, of course. We'll go check up on Dad.
Yeah, and obviously, you scoot on by the tap house and you pick any drink you want, dear. And she scoots on by and then looks over to Bettel. Mr. Illman, please let me know how we can pay you back, because we owe you.
He thinks about that and then shrugs. And very cockily, as you might expect, I don't know where to start. To tell you the truth, I'm still piecing it all out myself, but I'll get back to you on that.
Of course, there's no rush, and don't worry, I anticipate a very long receipt, and it's fair.
He nods, and then quietly, like, another thought lances through his mind, and he looks back across the ball and just... I guess, for now, this will be the train for me. He shakes his head and then looks over at Tilly, who's approaching.
I don't know if now is the right time for me to give this to you, but I think this does me no good to have anymore. So, here, this should belong to you.
she's going to give him the photograph that she took of the class up on the roof, and clearly, as clear as day, with Oribus there in it.
Oh, God fucking damn
Very
it.
important that it is Oribus and not Aza in this picture, because really, Oribus is what he is missing now.
Yeah.
That made tears come to my eyes. So that's what he is doing. He looks down at the picture, just nods, reaches out, pulls out a will that he wrote just in case he wouldn't live to see tomorrow, folds it a few times so it wraps up the picture like it's something precious, puts it away, nods, and then is going to hold the strongest face he possibly can until everyone leaves the greenhouse.
She gives him a small nod and is on her way, because she knows.
Dario's going to see Pop Pop and dragging Tilly with. Delilah, where are you headed?
I don't think it needs to be a scene. Delilah is just sprinting down the road to find Doris.
Fucking
because
fantastic.
she made a promise that she would see her tonight.
Beautiful. Delilah, I wanna see how technical we're getting with this because I believe I mentioned it was like, yeah, okay. So give me a roll to die, then a roll to do.
That's my mama stat.
No, give me a roll to do. We're gonna roll for challenge level. I'll even give you a fucking. This is like a 4-star challenge, so it's gonna be this. Wait, that's 6 plus 4. Okay, Delilah.
Oh God, squeaked by.
Delilah, literally, just before midnight, you keep your promise. Excellent.
She
Okay.
is huffing and a puffing when she gets there.
And now, my friends, we move forward in time. Checking, of course, first thing on Chantilly Iris.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh.
So,
I have decided to become a villain.
the days pass by, and you all recover from your night. Also, Dario and Delilah wind up going to the tap house at like 4 a.m. and not to a teacher there. That can be either left up to everyone's imagination, or that can be a mini RP. I don't care. I just want to establish that happens. Yeah, that occurs. But time passes on, and the city of Indigo moves forward again. This incident would actually spread out. Reputation of what the tide faced would sort of move throughout the city. The knowledge that monsters are real and live beneath our feet, that starts to spread, the ripples of which have yet to truly be felt. But first, let's talk about the person that, sort of, to some extent, faced that head on. In the Iris Mansion. You know what? That one isn't good enough. Let me find something else. Don't pan over quite yet.
Oh,
Everything is so fuzzy. My home is covered in fuzz.
Yes, that can happen. Let's do.
Dario hasn't dusted in a while. I'm firing him. Useless.
Let me know.
Do you remember to vacuum the grass?
Civ, has it defuzzed?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so let me get this one rolling. Chantilly Iris.
Yes.
You dance hand in hand with your father.
Okay. Left foot.
He kind of falls around. He kind of mumbles, "Left foot," underneath his breath.
Right foot.
Right foot.
Okay, no, you got to watch your elbow there because you're putting too much weight on that side and it's going to throw both of us out of balance, okay?
I see. And how should I move my elbow?
Okay, you have to hold it up higher because it okay, see, you move your arm up this way, remember? Because last time, at one point you almost hit your, not too high with the elbow because you almost hit it off of one of Mama's vases, so, okay.
As you say
this
that,
way.
he goes to stretch and his old man glass body bones, like, and he goes for it. He follows along with you.
Pop, give me a dance roll, please.
Yeah,
Oh,
Pop
boy.
Up, give a dance roll.
Sure thing.
It's been a few days. You have recovered. Hold on.
Hold on. Locking in yellow. Oh, it turned to blue. That's sad. Doesn't exist.
I'm fucking tired,
Yeah,
man.
retired.
I'm stopping the music for a second, refreshing because it broke for me. Glad it didn't break for stream, but yeah, I'm resetting it while you set up the anatomy of this roll. Yeah. Can you do me a favor and describe Jean Mirage's like general old man bones state?
Oh yeah. So Jean Mirage he's always been a generally slow dude when he's not full of hell energy. But right now, this is only he's still like kind of like this probably is like the day where Jean Mirage is like, no, Tilly, I can probably get up after being in bed for 2 days.
She's honestly been just about the same.
Yeah. He's been awfully creaky.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
Alright.
Give me that roll to do for dance. Oh!
Well done, Pop Pop.
He barely made it.
Pop, you overcome the normal level challenge, and you remain dancing. And Tilly, you start to lead him around. Do me a favor. Describe where Tilly's at right now.
Oh boy. This is the first time she has danced with anybody. Like, just anybody in general in 2 years, basically. But to add on to that, this is the first time that she's danced with her father in that long as well. And that's a big deal, because she finally feels like she's facing up to something that she thought how do I describe this? There was some small part of her that thought the reason that her father was forgetting about her was because she wasn't well enough to dance anymore. Because for everybody else who doesn't know, every single night they would have a little dance together, because sometimes if they were lucky, it would help him remember things that he forgot when the incident occurred. And that was just their little thing that they did together. And then when the empty night happened, that pretty much took that from both of them, really. And so whatever small part of her that was left that felt any sort of guilt rather than just fear about everything that happened, it was the blame that maybe the reason he was ignoring her was because she wasn't doing it anymore.
Ow. Oh.
Jay!
Yeah. You alright there, Jay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, go on.
But at this point now, where it's been 2 years for both of them, yes, and feels like it's been a lifetime, because he has his crinkly old man bones, and she has a hope that somewhere, hopefully if she sticks to it, and if the world is kind to her from here on out, this time next year, she wants to be on the stage again. She wants her body to remember.
Oh. Yeah, Jean Mirage is following along really closely. You notice he's not. You can clearly tell that it has been a while. He's missing a few steps every now and then, but he's trying real hard to follow along, even with his creaky old man bones. And he's going.
It's pretty much the same for her, because she's trying to remember. Okay, wait, what step comes next? Do you remember it? But do you remember how to do it?
Yeah. That's the dilemma. Roll for remembering to dance, Tilly.
Oh no!
God, please roll good. God. Oh my, please.
Is that a roll to do?
Yeah, you can roll die first, or you can continue with it.
Roll die.
Oh.
There's my.
Oh, there it is.
Hey!
Oh, Chantilly Iris, when she needs to, does not roll bad.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, J-Man, tell you GM this scene. How's it go?
Oh no, you two just continue to sort of dance along here for a while. You kind of see Jean Mirage. He kind of like closes his eyes for a little bit and sort of thinks every now and then. Then he accidentally like almost steps on your toe, and then like opens his eyes and goes, "Oh."
What are you getting distracted about?
I'm just thinking. It's been a little bit since my head's been clear, to be honest. It's nice having this.
Yes. It's also a good day for a walk.
Yes, it is. There's no windows in this room. Jean-Mirage instinctively went to go look for a window and just looked at a mirror and saw himself.
Just looks at the mirror.
Yeah, Jean-Mirage
She gives him a funny little smirk.
Jean-Mirage is, like, kind of not used to his new appearance yet. Cause, first off, he had horns before, not like this. And also, there's a lot more green than he's used to. But, they keep going along. How have you been doing these past few days? I know I've been in bed a lot since I came back with Dior.
Pretty much the same. I have taken what time I can to go on down the hallway and bother him until he tells me to go away. But a little. I feel like I have a bruise everywhere, but I cannot see it.
Well, here's to hoping that feeling will go away. And I'm sure Dior's very glad you're visiting him. He's just,
Yes.
he's very caught up in his head right now after missing a week of life. I can get that feeling.
Yes. Well, we should. I remember. One moment, Mom. Go see your son. I will go find you. Hold on.
Very well. Jean-Mirage, takes some steps up and starts heading out to, Dior. What are you up to, Tilly?
She runs over to her desk and starts rummaging around for something that she remembered because, of course, now he said the name Dior. Of course, she remembered. How could she forget? She finds something, a small envelope. Okay. She makes her way up to Dior's room after Papa.
Yeah, I'll move Papa up there.
Thank you.
You run through the Iris Mansion, sending these almost beautiful melodic click-clacks that bounce off of every wall. And you look into this room for a second. Dario's room. That note you gave him? Gone.
She has
came back.
Hee smile.
And you keep on running.
Yeah.
Okay.
You walk up and Jean-Mirage has Jean-Mirage has been kind of like sitting there. You can kind of tell Jean-Mirage tried to like lean against the wall a little before starting to chat with Dior, then picture frames in the way. So this one's like a little loose here.
She reaches up as tall as she can and adjusts it behind him.
Careful.
Thank you.
Okay. Dior, how are you feeling today? Is there anything you want to do today?
Yes, Tilly, one moment. He's been busy at his desk. He's been working here a lot. And he's like, now, this, yes! It is not quite finished, but I wish to show you. He pulls up a diagram he's been working on, and you can see ballet slipper performance prototype. And it's this little detailed diagram of some sort of abomination that you apply to a ballet slipper and set all these gauges, and it breaks the slipper for you.
Oh wow, that is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Also, your drawing of ballet slippers look very silly. That looks more like kittens.
It is a representation of the product.
I see. Okay.
It does not have to be technically. All the measurements are correct. The artistic styles are not as important. He's getting so huffy.
I am sure that it will work great, and if it doesn't, you get to make an even better one.
Yeah,
Yes.
You could tell Jean Mirage when Dior started going off about the like ballet shoes. He crossed his arms and started nodding along. Jean Mirage does not understand what the fuck he's talking about.
No, not at all.
Not even a little bit.
Not at all.
Okay.
There's
Well,
this
that is very
problem.
impressive.
But it will require testing. Currently, there is an issue where until I am aware of the strengths of the materials involved, it may fire the shoe at high speeds when complete. However,
I see. Well, we will have to remember to do it that size then. So as not to
I am
break
going to
any
get Dario to help me.
bases. That's a good idea. Yes. I am sure he would appreciate that. But you cannot do it today. That is whatever plans you had for today, throw them out.
What? It would not be ready today. Why? What are we doing today?
Today, you are going to
She slams the envelope down on the desk.
a car show.
He's gonna grab the envelope and rifle through it immediately in front of her. He pulls out the ticket.
Jean Mirage looks like surprised actually when you slam that down.
I have a personality now, Dad!
Wow.
Yes, I have procured tickets in secret, of course, for you, and if he really wants it. If you do want to haul Dario along, you can do that, but, just make sure to tell me before you head out so I can give the money for the extra ticket. But, there is going to be a showcase for the new RNA and techs and stuff, I believe. I think it is down your seafront, and it is all this afternoon. So you two have to go. You cannot say no.
Tilly! He just leans over the desk and just freaking wraps his arms around you.
Okay, the bruise. I have the bruise. Rainy day.
Yes. No. Are you okay?
I am fine.
Okay. He's been kind of like he's been very busy, and you talk about coming in and bothering him until he tells you to go away. But honestly, he's been very busy with his slipper device planning apparently. But he's been hovery around you a little bit, and papather, just sort of more present than usual.
What the fuck?
Father?
Oh, sorry, hold on. My chat viewing device only started playing audio from the stream. There we go. There we go. Jean Mirage kind of looks at the tickets and he puts a hand on Dior's shoulder, then slumps over and reaches down and puts a hand on Taylor. Actually, I realize he has to slump over for both of these children.
Yeah, they're tiny.
Yeah. You can hear the sound of his old man knees creak as he bends down. This is really wonderful of you to do, Tilly. Really is. Thank you.
Can we go, Father?
Of course, Dior.
Eyes are sparkling. And he, completely irreverent of your old man bones, does a hug hanging off your body.
Okay. He tries his best to hold resolute here, and
oh, buddy.
But he kind of takes his hands off and then kind of leans up a bit. Oh, I guess this actually presents a good opportunity to bring this up. It's given that we have plans for later now. He actually looks at Tilly. I was actually meaning to tell you. I've made some plans to start doing some things out of the city, actually. He kind of scratches at his crystalline beard a little bit. I feel like this. He kind of gestures at the he gestures at Dior's room, but it kind of the gesture is more towards the house built on crime, I suppose. I suppose a part of it's kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. I am going to, in a few days, or not a few days, about how long is it? I forget.
till he's gonna start this, probably post-recovery. So he'll say a few days. He probably means like
Yeah. Yeah. He says, I'm going to be going to visit home. What was the name of that farm again? Me quickly scroll. Oh yes, I'm going to be visiting the Dandy Days farms, actually. I'm going to be seeing if they want a new worker there, actually.
Oh, okay, where is that? Do you mean... I don't... Are you going to work on a farm? Papa, you're too old!
Well, I need something to help me get my creaky joints back in motion.
Is this Dior's first time hearing these plans?
Maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, let's say yes.
Let's say yeah. He's just gone quiet and is holding the tickets in one hand and sort of staring at you. Are you coming back?
Jamraj looks over at Dior. Well, and I can, yes. I intend to visit every 2 weeks, and I'm assuming you're gonna be coming with me, young man.
He blinks. Yes! I am coming with you! Wait, you cannot just go out and to become a farmer? Wait, we have automation for that now!
Papa, are you saying that
you will hurt yourself if no one is there to protect you.
Dior, shush for just a moment. Papa, are you saying that the family is moving?
Well, if any of you want to come along, you may. That's up to you all. Dior here is a little too young to make that decision, though. I don't want to leave a 12-year-old in the city alone.
I am making the decision to come with you. It is my decision. I already made it.
Yes.
He's already packing.
You can slow down, Dior. It's going to be a little bit. But Jamraj looks at Tilly. I don't want to... To be honest with you, after everything that happened, I have an ever-present feeling that if I remain in this city, just more bad things will happen.
Yes, Yes, that's true. I think so. How does Mama feel about this?
Well, Jamraj kind of, he's been leaning down this entire time still, and then he kind of creaks his back up. You can hear it pop a little. You know, yeah, he hasn't been moving a lot the past few days. His bones are still getting into it. But he looks at her. She seems to be on board with the idea. She's gonna be staying behind for a little bit. She actually wants to help Prismane and Prima Donna out with a few things, and whatever she can with you during the time while I'm gone, but she intends to follow along.
Okay, I cannot go with you.
You say that, and, he does look a little sad. And he kind of like goes down on one knee this time, because after the previous attempt, he's not going to try to bend anything. Looks at her, and puts a hand on your shoulder. And that's okay. Be perfectly honest, I think you know more about what you're doing than I have known what I'm doing for the past, well, my entire life, to be perfectly frank.
Yes, I want to dance again. And I don't think that they have any ballet studios out on the farm.
Yes. Hence another reason why I intend to visit every once in a while. I don't want to miss my chances to dance with you, after all. He takes his hand off your shoulder and stands back up. He notices Dior's been trying to say something for a little while now.
Dior's just kind of looking back and forth ever since Tilly's like, I can't go with you. And his face is kind of screwed up, and Dior's been a little more emotive lately. He's been able to, the last couple days, he's been less holding himself back. And he just kind of leans forward and buries his face in Tilly's dress and holds onto her.
You don't need to be so sad. I'm not going anywhere. You guys are the ones who are going.
I'm not... I'm sad. Of course I'm sad!
That's okay.
I'm going to come visit with Father. I'm going to come visit with Papa every time that he does.
Yeah, you better. You better not leave you alone on the farm by yourself.
Yes, that would be irresponsible, Father.
Yes. John scratches his like crystal hair. I wasn't intending on doing so. After all, I feel like it would be awfully rude of me to just leave and go visit without bringing anyone.
Yes, you see, he understands.
Yes.
It's not like you could carry your suitcase all that length. You would get too
I
tired. You could. You could.
I would put wheels on it.
That's actually a very good idea.
I also have this idea for a telescoping handle.
I see.
What?
Oh, it's like a handle, but it collapses like a telescope.
Jean Mirage, once again, not understanding what he's saying. But he will pretend that he does. And,
Good dad.
it kind of occurs to him, man, this is the most he's interacted with more than one of his children at once in 2 years. He usually only sees them one at a time outside of family dinners. Even during then, during the 2-year gap, the family dinners are very quiet. He kind of goes, yes, and he thinks to himself a little bit, and hey, me getting out there means I might be able to bring you, Prismane, and Prima Donna a bunch of souvenirs. Sure, Prima would love that.
Oh, yes, she would. Where is she? Has she already gotten up and ran off to go and do things today?
I actually think she's with Prismane right now.
Oh, where have they gone?
He goes, he thinks to himself, I'm not too sure, actually. They might be downstairs, or they might be halfway across town raising who knows what kind of hell.
Nah. Tilly was... Basically, the way I see it, in terms of order of you telling people this, it almost happened in order of, like, seniority in the family. Prismane immediately went off to go make preparations, amongst other things.
Yeah, I was about to say, the last bit of mischief left within Jean Mirage's old body, went, I'm gonna make Prismane the leader, and then just disappeared once and for all.
You're in charge, young man.
Yep. And then with that, the last act of Jean Mirage's mafia disappeared with that one last bout of motherfuckery.
I'm free!
Does he genuinely feel free after passing that off, though? Like, I wanna know. Like, he feels almost lighter.
A little, yes. For him, it's almost like, gosh, this is gonna sound really weird, but Jean Mirage in his mind is like, thank God I don't have to talk to strangers anymore. That's literally the biggest part on his mind right now, is Jean Mirage does not like talking to people he does not know, even a little bit.
That's Prismane's problem now.
Yeah.
If it's cool, I think I'll cut us ahead. I'll call this scene to a little bit of a close.
Yeah.
You spend the rest of the day talking with your father and spending time with Dior. Yeah, later that night you still have plans, etc., but for now you're going to spend the daytime with him. Until, of course, he has to go back to bed. And
after the car show.
Yes. I mean, car shows.
It's a late night for Dior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in the city. Like I said, days have passed. And these two. Teach. If you're here.
I am here.
Excellent. Teach. A few days have passed. I don't know how you're doing. You've made like plans, progress. There's a lot going on right now, but you currently find yourself like sort of in the middle of a crowd with someone who heard you out the other night at length. Yeah. She looks back over to you and just she's not saying anything.
Yeah, I think if it's been like, it's that thing where at this point I feel like a modicum of like, whatever is back on her face. Like she's just walking around. Yeah. She probably wants to grab a snack with her or something. Just like, and it's like
Noctua almost interrupts you abruptly. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, your darkest secret is safe with me.
She kind of stops. Which darkest secret is it this time?
I don't know. I think all of the stuff you told me not to tell you did other people that it is safe, because you now hold my darkest secret.
She kind of thinks, what?
She gives you a look, a knowing look.
I reach my hand out and grab her doinkers and just kind of... No.
No, what? Hold on. No, I cursed. Don't tell anyone I cursed, okay?
She lets go and just bellows out laughing. Okay, yeah, alrighty,
sure. She almost relaxes back and straightens them out. You should wash your hands more.
I literally... She just shuts up.
My sidekick has to live up to the best of her potential.
She stops again. Your what?
My sidekick.
Absolutely. She just stops and then... Absolutely not. I understand that's probably a really like vaulted position to be in, but no.
It's a high compliment.
No.
It's a very high compliment. You should be honored.
I don't...
You take a step forward and bump.
Oh boy. Oh, he's so pretty. She stops and she turns around and she blinks for a second. And then she kind of steps to move to the side and then realizes she bumps again.
Yeah, it's awkward. Pardon me.
She kind of stops and stares. She kind of moves up and with familiarity that would not be given to a figure you just met, she kind of goes up and grabs the braid. What did you do with your hair?
He blinks like he's been sleepwalking and you just woke him up. Excuse me?
She kind of stops and... I'm gonna spend 10 more experience.
Oh yeah, of course you are. Wait, no, you already spent that 10 for Graves. You're fine for Graves.
Oh wait,
you've already...
You're right.
No, you've already done the one for Graves.
Yeah. She kind of stops. Graves, you doing okay? You don't...
His eyes fucking snap across to yours, meeting you dead on.
She kind of thinks, oh god, right, Bettel and everything. She kind of like looks a bit serious. She kind of like, where have you been? What's been going on? Is everything okay? I doubt it. Is everything? Do you need any help?
He's just staring at you, and he kind of like puts a hand out to like touch your shoulder, almost making sure you're real.
She kind of stops and she kind of lets the hand go, and after it lands, she's just like, oh. She kind of looks to the hand and kind of looks up at Graves again and is just like, I'm glad you made it out alive.
What?
Excuse me. Who is this?
This is Graves.
You see his body kind of like an exhale as she says that, and he just sort of settles back into himself like he's clearing his head.
This is Graves. He was with the Illman family, though. She kind of steps up a bit and just like, she just kind of like gives him a pat on the shoulder. Then looks like it's been some rough days.
Hard to say.
I'm
don't recall much.
I heard bits and pieces from Ilman. What happened?
He winces at the name.
She kind of like realizes that, and she's just like, She thinks about what she should say there, and she just decides he's safe. He's at the university. Everything's going okay with that. I can only imagine.
Nods.
She kind of like, yeah.
Good to hear that.
Noctua's looking at you with big, bright eyes.
Yeah, she kind of like, hey, she kind of like takes his hand again. That's just kind of been there. Like, hey, come on.
Noctua nudges you bodily out of the way.
What?
Plunk. Noctua shoves you aside. Have we fought before?
He blinks. Yes.
Her eyes continue to sparkle. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that I fought you before, and I think I lost.
Looks away. That would be accurate.
Teach looks confused.
You remember fighting me?
Yes. I don't think I ever met you or found out your name, but I was defeated by a nameless warrior, and I haven't been able to live it down ever since.
At Nameless Warrior, he actually gets this dark bark of a laugh. I see.
Oh gosh. You Teach kind of thinks about that for a second, and then her mind kind of like reflects on that, and she's just like, you know, I think that's how it is all around. I mean, at least from the other case, seems like you make quite an impression.
I want a rematch.
Not to her. She turns over and goes and just kind of fucks her.
Graves just staring at Noctua like,
hey,
kind of like, I have no reason to decline. I can't say I will give you much of a challenge. You see, look at Graves. Graves is the thing about Graves' hair is that it's always been this like bunch of braids, but he had it like sort of tightly bound up in the back before. It just that binding slipped loose, and you notice he's wearing the same clothes as he was the last time you saw him. You're not like, obviously someone bandaged his head at some point because that was a bit of a graphic mess after his horn shattered, but yeah, Graves looks like the same as the last time you saw him, but more tired and worn.
I see. Teach kind of sees that tiredness, and as everything starts to piece together, she realizes that no one's that he's been wandering like this, especially since that walking from that night, those bandages still. And it's that moment where I think she fully places that nobody must remember him. But even still, she reaches over to the side and she kind of like puts a hand on Noctua's shoulder and kind of squeezes a little bit and kind of pushes back inside. And anyways, I think you probably need food.
There's shoving match going on in front of him.
Yeah.
Maybe after having another fight.
How about you should, Noctua, she kind of pulls her over, maybe you should treat your rival to a meal so he'll be at full strength for your fight. What do you think about that? She's surprised. What?
Teach, I don't have any money.
Graves, have you ever tried one of those burgers back there?
Yes.
Well, they really hit the bottomness of your soul. They hit deep.
I have no pride left to decline an invitation.
Good.
He's actually looking at Noctua, and he like he's sizing her up. And then he nods, and he kind of like has his hand running along the hilt of his sword, which is still slung across his back. I agree. one final voyage for this thing.
She stops and realizes he's not talking about the burger. She rubs her forehead and just steps to the side. I'll get the burgers ordered.
The two travel out in front of you and like start to chat peacefully. Actually, Noctua with the cheery expression again. I don't know how you beat me, but I've grown a lot since then.
He has that sizing her up expression still in his eye. Yes. Well, if nothing else, it will certainly be worthy to be something to test your strength against.
She's breaking into a big smile. Oh, you don't have to be like that. It'll also be a test of your strength too. You won't find anyone stronger in the city. This is blatantly untrue.
Stone expression. I see.
Oh, let's go back to the... Hold on. Is this where we fought the first time?
Ah, that would be the warehouses near the train tracks.
I knew I remembered. She starts to travel in front of you.
The smallest crack of a smile.
Those two go off. Teach, you just go and you get the burgers.
You get the burgers. I'm gonna ask Hojo for the first aid kit in the back.
Oh boy, very smart. Because we're gonna follow up with these two. God, holy shit. Yeah.
Oh yes, and one last thing. As Noctua leads Graves to their battle site, he's looking at her and he goes, "You know, since we fought, I haven't had one good day."
You say that to her as you all walk to the warehouse district. Graves, I fucking love.
Graves, I love you.
And oh boy. Teach, here's what you see.
Yeah.
You're running up. You're running up with You're running up with an armful of burgers over here. And you come into the district and you see those two head locked against head.
I've got burgers.
You hold up the burgers and Noctua falls over backwards. Thunk! She hits the ground, landing flat on her ass. Chat, this is the scene we recorded beforehand. Off screen, Graves and Noctua getting their rematch. The result of it? Graves, you remember it actually clearly. Your hands are still shaking to a certain extent. You can feel that a sensation running through your palm. In a moment, yeah, this person in front of you has grown so powerful. She's really tough and cool. But Graves, that shit didn't matter. You picked your sword up high. In a moment, one blow would have decided it. And in that moment, you found a strength that surpasses that of legends. You reached the apex and brought your blade down. Thunk! Noctua hit the ground, squarely defeated. She lies there on the ground now.
Graves, who also took a wound, basically just has his sword planted in the ground and he kind of kneels leaning on it.
I lost. Noctua complains quietly from the earth.
Like, wow, I'm so sorry about that. Kind of like steps over. I got you a double triple. She hands over two like triple stacked burgers.
He just takes it. He looks like he's fucking staring off into space, like he's still fucking processing what just happened. He takes it and starts eating it immediately. It's gone in like 2 bites.
Yeah, she kind of goes over. Got you some burgers.
Thank you.
I also got you a milkshake just in case.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Call
Yeah.
you my sidekick.
Excuse me?
What was that?
What did you just say?
I said I wasn't going to call you my sidekick. I thought about it for a second because you were bringing me food.
Oh, okay. She's just kind of like, well, thank you for asking. Thinking about it, I suppose. You didn't
Thank you very
ask.
much. Can you please hand over the burgers? Thank you.
She holds them for a second longer and then kind of puts them on the ground and slides them. Not to probably sees that and thinks, oh no, the dirt is going to get in the grease.
She takes the burger gratefully from the ground.
She kind of like goes up and she reaches her hand up. She doesn't pull the doinkers this time. She just kind of pats the head. Hey, no crying. You got a milkshake.
She sits on the ground and starts drinking her milkshake.
She steps over. I got you one too. Didn't know what you really like, so it's just vanilla, but...
He takes it again without noticing, and then he's sort of drinking it, and the cold seems to like bring him back to grounded a little bit. Thank you.
No
He looks
problem.
at Noctua. You've grown. Keep growing.
I will. She stands up and bows again. And this time, you can tell this look. It's that of someone who is, like, bowing to a teacher. She's learned something from this. The experience of fighting you has sort of brought out a little bit more. You know, it actually bothered me a lot. Because I couldn't remember exactly who beat me in this place, and who sent me through that hole in the ceiling. And then you did it to me again, and I realized it was obviously you. Teach you look at the like devastation from the inside. Wow, he did that twice.
She kind of turns over. Yeah, Graves, pretty impressive. I mean, she even bowed to you. She doesn't do that for me
Graves?
anymore.
Graves actually... Turn to Graves. And Graves is doing the same bow to Noctua.
She kind of smiles at that.
I have to thank you. I made assumptions. You've shown me something I didn't know I had.
The fact that you can still beat me up? Yes, you can definitely do that. She sort of like nods along. Graves letting out another one of those laughs. She kind of softly smiles and like looks back to him. It was deeply upsetting that I couldn't remember exactly who you were because you're the type of person that I would want to like, I don't know how to say it. You're the type of person that I would want to fight for to begin with. Then you beat me up. She like trails off. You're the only person who's ever defeated me in a fight. This is technically correct if you don't count running as losing. She takes a step forward. So, I'm going to come back for revenge. She smiles.
His grin comes and he's broken and he just shakes his head. It would take a legend to remember me.
Vibrating in place. Vibrating in place.
Teach adjusts her classic. Well, I guess I'm something special then. Try sniping that from Noctua.
Again, that grin, just that craggy grin shot your way.
Noctua gives you the fucking biggest, saddest look off to the side. Like, no, that was clearly meant for me, though. She takes a step backwards, and Graves, you realize you ran into this pair of chuckle fucks while you were on the way to somewhere, actually. You're headed to Song's Forge to do something pretty damn important, actually.
He blinks as he remembers that, and he pulls the sword out of the ground as he stands, and he holds it in both hands, sort of considering it. And then he nods, and he slings it over his back. I've an appointment. Something important.
All right. I'm glad we got this time. And if you need more, well, she kind of stands up again. Always down to get some burgers. I'm sure she is too. She kind of pats shoulder.
Noctua's nodding. Unfortunately, you have defeated me and have, to a certain extent, inherited my responsibilities. She starts to walk along and talk to you,
Raises
Graves.
an eyebrow at that.
Graves, also, hold still for a second. She steps behind, and you kind of feel something real quick. You feel your braids kind of getting pulled back behind your head, and for a trained hitman, this is probably like a what the fuck she do? Like,
Yeah,
I kind of like here's
feel
the
it
pulled.
bristle.
But it's like, now relax, doing you a favor here. She pulls it back, and you feel something as your hair kind of comes out for a moment behind your head, and she kind of steps back. And when Teach steps forward, you realize that all of her hair just seemed to just spill out to her side. Right, there you go, back in braid for a little bit, at least until you can. I don't know. She kind of like checks it up. I just like the look. I honestly couldn't recognize you for a second, so, but not in the. She kind of like starts stumbling on that, realizing, oh shit, I'm being really rude right now.
He gives that barking laugh again that says it hasn't been an issue.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, she kind of steps. Just take it. It's a gift for now. You look great with the braid.
He nods, and as someone who remembers his language of nods, you can see the appreciation.
She accepts that, and then kind of starts making forward.
As you two are like having this moment, Noctua is 100% rattling on to the side, like at Graves mostly. Well, since you're tougher than me, when I leave the city, I need you to watch out for problems in my place. Like, that's your responsibility now. Because you've clearly proven that you're capable.
Why not?
Noctua smiles. Teach, you know that to a certain extent is sour grapes for her, of like, well, if you're so good, why don't you do it? But Graves is just like, yeah, I'll watch the city. And she's like, oh, good, excellent.
She thinks about that, and she's like, well, I'm glad you're helping in your own way, Noctua.
She turns and looks over at you.
It's nothing.
Without 100% what you're going on about, Noctua walks ahead, and you leave the warehouse district. Hey, we're gonna stay on the gravy train for a bit. There we go. Delete this one.
Yes.
And move over here. Graves. Thunk. The door opens. That's the wrong one in the chair.
This is mine now. No other reason than because.
Song and Delilah, you thought you saw Graves walk by outside like a little while ago, and you're like, huh. And then he comes back in, and he's like a little worse for wear.
Oh my goodness, Graves, what on earth? You all dirtied up. What happened to you?
I suppose I should find a place to stay.
I already offered you my apartment and you said no.
I've had an experience on the way here.
I noticed. Did you fall down a hill?
In a sense.
What? Oh my God, that must have been a big hill. That's a mountain.
Song like hops up and then takes a look at Graves. Hey, thanks for dropping by. We're just hanging out talking about like weapons and stuff. Song's eyes are fixated on something on the sword on his back.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that? It's not every day that I get to, melt down something of that caliber. Song's like rubbing his hands together, eager.
Graves nods, and he looks down at Delilah. Thank you for coming.
Of course,
and he steps
dear.
forward, and he's gonna pull the sword out, and he's holding it out in both hands, but he's not gonna let go just yet. What could you make from this?
What do you want? He looks back at it. Sword that big, you got enough material for like, well, if you wanted to make something like, I don't know, domestic, you could get like, obviously pots, pans, nice and easy, but what are you feeling? Like you want a set of gauntlets or something like that? You want it? Oh, ultimately it's up to you.
I think something that I will use the strength I have. Something that builds. Can you make a hammer?
Sung's face splits open. Yeah. We talking a warhammer or like a practical hammer?
Both.
His face beams at you. He rubs his hands together and he goes, hand that thing over.
Graves unslings the sheath off his back and presents this symbol, the thing that he has carried since he was a teenager, the sword that he was made into, that was the fangs of the mafia, and then renamed under Battle Illman Legacy's End as a weapon of revenge and justice and blood. And he gives it over to Song and watches it disappear.
You sit for a time. It takes a while. It takes a long while. Most of the afternoon, in fact. But that sword gets melted down. It gets turned into the hammer that you want it to be. But not immediately. Sun turns around. Yeah, that was, there's the fun part, but the less fun part is, like, curing the leather that I'm gonna use for the grip, and, like, Song, like, rattles off a dozen things that need to happen. So, like, at least for a bit, you're gonna be without your sword. Hammer. He motions back over to it.
That's fine by me.
Oh, this is very exciting, dear. Do you have an idea of what you're going to call it? I learned from Song, because he was telling me all sorts of fun things, like hammers can also be called mauls, which I thought was very confusing. I was like, he can't throw a whole store at someone. But
Song has his eyes closed and is nodding sagely.
But
Graves thinks. I'll admit, until just a while ago, I hadn't known there'd be something to name.
Well, I mean, Delilah just kind of like leans on the desk a bit. This is a whole new beginning for you, and it seems like everyone's been telling you what to be, what to do. I think it's only fair that you decide for once. You know? Take charge. Not that you haven't before, I just mean this could be the start of something brand new.
He blinks, and you could kind of see in his body language he was turning towards you. He was going to ask, what do you think I should name it? And he stops.
And she knew that was coming and just gives you a warm smile.
He thinks, I haven't had thought to myself. And then today, a hill taught me that there was someone here after all. Someone still bound up in the soil of this city. He snorts. Ha! It's a simple thing, but it feels correct for me. Let this be my new route.
Oh.
What is the name of the weapon? Say it aloud for me.
The name of Graves' hammer will be the Root.
Fuck yeah! Graves, you resolve yourself of this and prepare your weapon. You got it figured out.
I think that is a lovely name, dear.
He takes a long exhale and has a strange smile you haven't seen before of someone beginning to be uncovered from layers and layers of life lived for other sakes. Delilah?
Yes, dear.
I would like to take you up on your offer.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, my goodness. Now, okay, I am going to make sure to get you a nice big bed because you deserve it. She stops and thinks, where am I going to fit a bed big enough for him? She's like really processing.
He grins, and in this way you haven't seen him with anyone other than Bettel. You've just this little crack of a smile saying, your problem now.
That's all right. In this one case, you just leave it to me. All right? And let's see here. And make sure you let me know what you like, because every morning I'm gonna make you the best kind of breakfast you like, lunch, dinner, whatever. Don't you fret. I'm gonna treat you right. I mean, come on. You're a damn hero. You know that, right? Like.
No. And he looks at you, and he's looking at you dead in the eyes. No. I'm not. I never was. But it seems I have one counting on me to fill her shoes now. Hopefully I'm a fast learner.
I mean, I don't think you need to learn immediately. I mean, you already figured out what path you're taking. And she just gestures to the, where the sword is melting. Found your root?
Let's see what grows from it.
Delilah bats herself in the... Oh my God, root like a tree. I thought you meant like a route, like a path, like a route.
Barks again.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy. You sit, you listen, and eventually you and Graves make your way apart, but you'll wind up back in the same place. Hey, Selif.
Yeah.
You're walking along. It's time to go to school!
Of course.
Oh.
There I am.
Yes. Here, hold on. This one's bothering you.
Oh, this one is with me, huh?
This
Okay.
one is with you today, yeah. Sort of moving around. Things have gotten a little less wild. Come on, let's go check out the greenhouse.
No, I think they're doing something special in there.
Yeah, that's why I want to see it. Her expression gets, like, vaguely disappointed for a second. Come on, you gotta admit you're curious.
Selif looks at her a little seriously and goes, no, Isa.
Her expression falls. Oh. Well, she gets, like, a little frustrated for a moment, and then floats after you, Selif. How's Selif been the last few days?
Quiet.
Yeah. Isa's been following you everywhere, just like, hey, let's do this. Hey, Selif, let's do that. Trying to drag you out of it, and no. She
Every
floats
time
behind.
Say something like, I have work to do, or not now, Isa.
She floats behind, a look of concern on her face, and then she sighs. Of course. Have it your way. And then thump.
As you turn the corner,
Ooh, you go.
this man is leaning up against the side, and he suddenly steps out as you round the corner, which accidentally leads into you bonking into each other. Excuse me.
Oh, he absolutely runs all the way into you.
He kind of like puts a hand out to steady you. Are you all right?
He steps back. Oh my god! Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it is mine. He looks at you and he's kind of like searching your face for something. And Seliph, you don't know this man.
Yeah, I actually have a quick question about that. I feel like I know the answer already, but Seliph doesn't know Graves. However, he saw him briefly on the train. Would he remember that?
Ooh. Yeah, you've got a bond with Asa, yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I expected you to say no. Okay.
No. Asa floats behind you too and keeps an eye on Graves as well. Her expression gets strange, difficult. She clearly recognizes this man.
His eyes kind of light up when he sees her complicated expression, but he kind of pulls himself back, actually, more seeing it. Seliph, Oriel, Asa. He seems to hesitate before Asa, like he's about to say another word out of instinct.
I have another question.
Yeah.
How do I change my pog color?
Ooh, okay. You can lock in a dice, or you can basically click roll to die.
Okay.
And then click the color that you want.
Ooh, bad. Can I actually ask for something?
Yes.
How fast does Graves look?
In his current state, not too fast, honestly.
Okay.
Hey, Stella, what are you doing?
Graves actually, when he sees he's a record, Graves actually steps back as well and sort of opens both hands to the side slowly, showing that he's not armed. You may have remembered seeing that big ass sword he held. It's not with him.
Okay.
And he says, "I apologize for this approach. It is doubtless concerning. I would have done otherwise had I any option." His face is kind of clenched. Do you know a man named Bedel Illman? He looks at Seliph, but his eyes glance to Asa as well.
He's floating behind Seliph.
Seliph looks back at him and cautiously says, "Yes."
Graves swallows. And then he kneels and bows his head to you.
Oh!
I am here to make a request that by all accounts I have no right to do. As someone who cares for Bedel, because of my mistakes, he is now alone. Please don't let him be alone.
Oh boy.
And there's tears running down his face. Even
Oh, well, you've caught him completely off guard. Seliph is just looking at you with his mouth kind of slack. Like, well, we're in the public.
I apologize. I had meant to ask somewhere less open, but I did not wish to cause more alarm by asking you to come with me to an isolated location.
Seliph just sort of glances around. Is anyone, like, looking at them?
These two. These two are like,
Okay. He sees that and he kind of goes over and is like, okay, just, it's okay, just come with me.
He stands awkwardly.
And the university is up, right?
University is up.
Okay, we go up. We go up. Go up.
Follows
Woods.
you awkwardly.
Woods, University Path. If anyone else is here, they're Doris!
She was having a run!
She
Bro,
sure
she
was.
fucking killed my daughter.
You come up this way, and yeah, you wind up on the University Path.
Okay, as soon as they're in a place where there's no one else, he, like, lets go of Graves and just sort of, like, puts a hand to his forehead, like... Okay, turns around. I guess something happened.
Graves nods. He does not know me.
Okay. Is that all?
He nods. You are the only ones I could ask. He has no one else left.
That can't be possible. I barely know him.
Does he remember me at all? She says, fluttering forwards.
Graves hesitates, then nods a little bit. Much was taken from him. It has withered.
What do you mean?
He does. Graves.
Her expression changes, pure shock in her eyes, and then shifts again.
Edel's connections were taken from him because of my mistakes. He is alone. And that is one thing I promised I would never let him be again. But I cannot be there for him. He does not know me. And you feel that get emotional, and he's like leaning forward, and he catches himself and steps back.
My guy, you are breaking my heart.
He needs someone. I know this is much to ask. As you say, you are not close, and he looks at Aza. He and I both, intentionally or not, have wronged you deeply. But I have to ask for him.
Seliph has a very difficult expression on his face. And when you, when Graves said that they had wronged him and Aza, he gets kind of like a weird kind of, like, it's not really a smile, but it's kind of like a very, like, self-depreciating smile kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Aza has a similar crooked, semi-wistful expression at that. It's funny. The vibe changes the second you say those words.
Seliph is mostly frowning, though. But he looks back at Graves and he says, I can't make any promises.
Graves nods. I understand. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah. Don't mention it, I guess.
You can see him getting ready to walk away again, and he just for all that he has lost. He is inspired by you, looking at both of them. If you can give him even that by living well, that is all I can ask.
Seliph looks at Graves like he doesn't believe him.
Crooked smile. You forget you are the mysterious Archmage who broke his seal.
Asa hears those words and is like... like, for a second, she has a yeah, that sounds like him.
So, for all our mistakes, he and I are both happy that, looking at Asa, you are well now. Better than you could have been with us.
So when I said Seliph looked at him like he didn't believe him, it was like light skepticism. It is now like full-blown like, what?
Sylph's like, what? And meanwhile, Ace's like...
like someone, like you just came up to him and said something bonkers like, hey, I just bought a plane and painted it green. Why?
Shakes his head. You are special. Someone special to him. Perhaps that sounds strange, given your interactions, but as someone who has known Battle as long as I have, I can guarantee it's true.
I'm not trying to insinuate that you're lying to me, but that might be the most impossible thing I've ever heard.
Well, he and I both thought it was impossible for someone to simply walk in and change Aza's contract, so perhaps you have some idea of what he thinks of you now.
Seliph is quiet.
A sort of silence moves through the area, and it'll probably remain that way for a while, I assume.
Graves sort of senses this end of the conversation, and having said his piece, he gives a deep nod to both of them in turn, and turns and walks away into the city.
Graves, your gigantic form slowly diminishes, another shadow amidst many, vanishing back into the throng. Seliph, do you just stand there?
For a bit.
Yeah. Once Graves is out of earshot, Asa does touch down. Tell me what you're feeling.
Is this Asa asking him?
Yeah, this is Asa, aloud.
Feel like a mess.
Yes. That'd be because the situation that you're currently in is kind of a mess itself. She sort of sighs and then looks over at you. You've been extremely kind to me these last few weeks. You've always said that I should do what I'm most interested in doing, and I should make those decisions for myself. I can provide you the full context on Betelilman and Ire Graves, and why you are likely in this position, but ultimately I want to ask you what you want to do. She pokes at your side.
I don't know. Yet.
You gotta go.
To know how you're feeling. It concerns you too.
She ignites in a moment. To tell you the truth, that entire time I wanted to come out and say, to some extent, these aren't your decisions to make, you know? Like, ultimately, whether or not I was treated rightly or wrongly by them, that's my call, isn't it? She floats up in front of you, like hissing and popping, form shifting around Selith. The fact that someone went outside of my purview and made that call for me is frankly insulting. She once again shifts back to a normal form. But he's been through a lot, so I decided to not bring that up at that exact moment. She smiles again. I'll probably tell him off about that someday.
Selith laughs, actually.
Her expression softens as well. Music to my ears.
You're an inspiration, you know that?
Reshifting back to darkness. What were those words again? I think that is frankly the most impossible thing I've ever heard. She says, floating around, and then flashes a smile at you.
Really? I thought you'd be flattered.
I am. She touches down again. Seeing you so shocked to hear him say that threw me for a little bit of a loop because it's clear as day to me. She pokes you again. You're an inspiration as well. If you're not ready to hear that, though, that's okay, too. She floats back around. Just like Graves, I'll bide my time, and then, when you least expect it, bam. The various ways Selith has changed my life for the better. Oh, come on. Let's not do that again. I don't want to be standing here all day.
Do what?
She stops and looks at your expression. The silence, the disappearing inwards. Just you.
Can I change my color again?
Yes.
Should I roll to die again?
Yeah, give me another roll to die. That makes a lot of sense.
Sorry.
She hears
I can get lost in my head, I guess.
She hears the sorry, and then hears the I can get lost in my head, I guess, and just quietly nods at that. Well, it's not like it's a problem, she says, floating backwards, a little off-put at the same time, and then touches down. And then looks back at you. But you asked how I was feeling.
Yeah.
Why's that? Takes another step forward again.
What do you mean, why is that?
Yeah, why me?
You're right here, and it, like I said, it concerns you.
She nods along. And that's unfortunately why I'm going to continue bothering you as well. She prods your side. You're right here with me. And, of course, it concerns you.
Ooh, you got him!
Asa takes no small amount of delight in that.
You look like, it looks like you caught him off guard a bit. You got him with the logic. That's how you win.
First card.
She's just smiling at you. She's like, and then she looks around. But honestly, if you want the rundown on what's going on with those two, I can tell you the ins and outs of their relationship and lives. But right now, her expression softens again. I'm more interested in what's going on with you, so I'll stay around until I guess I hear that.
Can I drop my color now?
Yes.
How?
Click on your character, upper left, drop swing.
Oh, got it. Cool. Okay, Seliph looks a little flustered now. You got him, and he says, "Can I answer later?"
Of course. You've been infinitely patient with me, deciding what I'm going to do. I built so many papier-mâché structures around the apartment, and you haven't complained a word. I know they're annoying.
They're not that annoying.
Once again, the expression shifts to another smile. While Selif's been quiet lately, and things have been hard for him, these are, without a doubt, the best days of Ace's life.
Good.
The two go up to the university. Much to think about. Amy, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Everybody, please thank the owl.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Owl.
Get some sleep.
You're welcome. I love you all.
Have a good night. Thank you for playing.
Goodbye.
There's still a small amount left. I have to deliver on a promise from earlier. Okay, so a few days pass. Not immediately after this. This is still the same day, I guess. And hey, Vaughn.
Yeah.
You're at the noodle shop.
Sure is. Vaughn's been Vaughn's been like kind of drifting around the city a little bit, and honestly, weird places. The first night, immediately after the shit went down, afterwards it hadn't really sunk into him yet what had happened. But then he ran to a random Tide member, and they said, "Who are you, sir? You new here?" And then it kind of sunk into him when the exact words entered his in is, "Oh, this hurts now."
Oh.
And so the first night, he was kind of just on a bench somewhere. Second night, who the heck knows where he went, and now he's here.
You sit down and you look over. It's a rather large man, sits down next to you. Not immediately next to you, but down the counter, motions with a finger, and yeah, orders as usual.
Vaughn, kind of sighs a little bit, and like he actually has his head on the table, like with it resting in his arms, and he kind of turns his head over the tier. Take it you don't remember me either?
He looks at you, blinks a few times, exhales. I was worried that you'd be taking it like this. He scooches over his seat and sits down next to you. Pats you on the back.
Vaughn lets out like a really deep, long sigh at that, and like one moment, Tyr pats him on the back. It's like having like a jolt of electricity go through his spine, but he forces himself not to lean up, and he kind of just buries his head in his arms and kind of like just lets out a "Oh!"
I mean, there's the sentimental side of this. How could I ever forget this place? Even at my worst of times, I'd remember you dragging me here and forcing me to eat the frankly substandard. He starts to say substandard as the old lady comes back in. The very nice noodles that are served here. And she slides a bowl to both of them. And I remember throwing a fit.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little familiar, but from a different angle here.
Yeah, I was a real brat back in those days. Thanks for putting up with me.
It's fine. Vaughn kind of like waves his hand in the air and then lifts up and like looks at the bowl of noodles that the lady had just passed down. He looks at it and he goes, "No, it's weird. The past few days, every time I get hungry, I go out and get something to eat, but the moment the food's in front of me, I lose my appetite."
I can also understand that feeling. Eventually you'll find something that reminds you enough of home, drag you back. He looks down at the bowl of noodles. Wish I could say for me it was that. For me it was a scoop of ice cream.
How hard was that for you to get?
His eyes stare into the distance. Listen, we've all had our trials. He looks back over to Vaughn and like he's chuckling and smiling. This tear is almost a direct mirror of how he and Vaughn were the first time that they re-encountered each other after the train. He looks at you. I mean, I've got less fond memories of ice cream. I just got it whenever, I got it whenever I was working with the team in the city. He trails off and thinks about it. It's a good flavor. I think I just like it. He sort of scratches his chin, taking on a new sentimental value for me, but that's... Hopefully, I'm not caught in a situation like you are again. He sort of arcs his head over to the side. So, how does it feel?
Vaughn sits there, it's like Vaughn along the line like chuckled a little bit too at like when Tyr stared off in the middle of this thing, he's like, yeah, you fucking haven't changed, you dipshit. Vaughn kind of like when Tyr asked that question, Vaughn like puts one elbow on the table and kind of rests his head in his hand. Now I'm gonna be real. This might be the single most painful thing I've dealt with in the past 30 years.
He sort of like loosens his shoulder, nods. It's about right. At least you're not trying to sugarcoat it or grit through the pain.
Yeah. I was trying to at first, I guess, but then it kind of hit me why it hurts.
What's that?
Vaughn kind of sits there silently and stares off into the middle distance a little bit. I spent a good majority of my life trying to have an impact on all those kids, you included.
He tenses up at that and then nods along sagely. Tyr always had that opinion that he was a little better than the other ones, I guess. Like, he stood above them, so he hears that and is like about to raise a stink and then decides, no, not right now. He just nods.
Yeah, Vaughn kind of sits there. Yeah, I went through a lot of crying, screaming, and a whole lot of long nights with all those kids. But hey, I stuck it out, right? And he kind of like watches over here at this pod as it starts bubbling a bit.
Yeah. Rushes over. Oh, sorry.
Go on. He goes, but after in just a split instant, having something I've literally never even seen before come out and just take all that away in an instant, it kind of made me realize. And Vaughn kind of says here, also this is going to sound kind of rude of me, I guess. I don't think I was trying to help you kids, honestly. I'll be honest, I think I was trying to kind of help myself a little bit. I was spending so long trying to help you kids, but I think what I was really hoping for was that you kids would change me or something.
Tyr looks out and across, a wistful expression falling on his own face. Do you know why I hid?
What is that?
He turns and looks at you dead in the eyes. Because I failed at that.
Vaughn looks at him. How so?
He looks back over here. I've always had a sour disposition. People find it very difficult to get along with me. I'm sure you remember.
Vaughn thinks back to the incidents.
Plural. There are many. He He grips his arm. Wasn't until recently that I realized I wanted to grow up very, very quickly. Because I had so much taken from me by the adult world that I thought if I joined it sooner, I would gain the power to have nothing else taken from me. He looks at you, Vaughn. So I wanted to become the captain of the Tide as quickly as possible, so that the family that I care about couldn't be taken from me either. His Adam's apple moves up and down, and he looks back to his noodles. Back in the day, I wish I could have said it like Cassius would have. I'll take your place, old man. And then he turns over and looks at you. And Tyr's expression is faltering. He's maintaining a smile, but his eyes are so close to breaking into a sob. So I thought, I had the idea in my head that I could come to the big city and I could be the face. I could be the face of the Tide here. I could prove our worth to all of the people who saw us as petty monster hunters. And in that moment, I would be the leader of the Tide and not you. His expression falters and he grabs this water and just downs it. Oh. And he slings it back on the table. So in that... Oh, yeah,
you're going ahead. Please finish.
So in that moment of singular foolishness, in which I damned myself to not only living like this, I damned you to being the cops that we made fun of. I failed you. Failed my family. So... when you say that you wish that I could have changed you, I wished for the same thing.
Vaughn looks at him for a good long while. And this is the part where a person would normally say they would try really hard to not laugh at Julius Tyr for acting like Julius Tyr. But Vaughn looks at Julius Tyr for a good long while and lets out a good, hearty laugh.
Tyr stops and blinking it away. Like...
Vaughn just kind of starts chuckling. He kind of like holds his chest a little bit and kind of looks at Tyr. No. Oh god. We're both fucking idiots. Vaughn puts his Vaughn kind of like almost like nearly slams his head against the table, but kind of stops it with his fist. Oh.
Tyr, having just been laughed at, makes the same noise. A far more refined version of it, but the same call echoes from his lips.
Vaughn looks at Tyr for a second. First off, I wouldn't say you damned anyone to anything. We always had the mindset that as long as we're together, we'd be fine, right?
Yes, but we also had the mindset that better be dead than a cop.
That is true, but you know what? The times change, so do metaphors.
Tyr's like...
Vaughn looks at Tyr for a good long while, looks at his soup, which is getting real cold real fast, and Vaughn picks up the chopsticks and just downs this lukewarm ass soup really hard, really fast, and puts the bowl down. He puts the chopsticks over the bowl, looks over at Tyr. You know, I think I want to give you an opportunity for something, Tyr.
He cocks an eyebrow.
Vaughn, reaches up to his ear, actually, and takes off his earring.
You detach it.
He slides it down the counter in front of Tyr.
What's this?
Well, you could say that in a way this is the first Tide's Edge mask.
His expression falls and looks down at it.
Back during the 1 week war when I was a mercenary, I used to wear a whole bunch of mask stuff. My old mercenary band, we each had a mask, didn't really carry names. We weren't known by these looks. Near the end of the war, when the hill we were on got bombarded, my mask got destroyed in the process. It's all I could really find. I decided to, renovate it into an earring, I guess.
He looks down at it, and you can see the weight registering on Tyr's face, and he grips his sword, his erstwhile companion, a little tighter, looking at it.
Vaughn kind of like pats Tyr on the back. I think, after what I saw that night, I've fought a lot of monsters in my day. I've never seen something that can eat your mind, though, and eat other people's memories. And, he kind of chuckles with himself a little. Hell, about a week ago, I had a conversation with someone in front of over some ribs that, reminded me of something.
Tyr's expression goes 100% empty and static. He knows that person. He's like, yeah, that, really? Ribs? Still? Yeah, go on.
You told me that we would always do a thing where before we picked our fights, we'd make sure we knew what we were fighting. Vaughn looks at Tyr. I think I failed on that department pretty hard. I don't know what it was about that thing, but the moment I saw it, it felt like seeing... I guess I felt like I already knew it, but I knew nothing about it. And goddamn, that annoys me. I want to kick that thing's ass.
Tyr looks back over at the counter. And then back to Vaughn.
I want you to rally up your brothers and sisters for me for a little while.
Tyr blinks. Looks back at the earring. And then back to Vaughn.
Go ahead.
He sort of looks down and then clutches his chest for a moment. He remembers earlier the fear that he felt just by the virtue of confronting his family, one member of it. He felt the failure and the shame spreading throughout his entire body, and he felt how paralytic and absolute that was. He felt that fear that drove him to hide in a sewer until some people forcibly dragged him out. Feels it boil and burn through his body. And then he remembers the last few weeks. He remembers everything clearing out like crystal sunshine. Looks back down at that earring, and then back over to Vaughn.
Vaughn kind of looks at him. I think, he scratches his beard. I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a vacation from being a cop and try being a monster hunter again for a little bit.
He looks back at the earring, then back to you. I think it's a better look for you anyway.
I think being a cop's gonna be a worse look for you. But hey. Vaughn Vaughn kind of like leans in. Don't tell anybody this though, but those RNAs, you can get around this shit pretty easily, I'll be real. Like, if you ever want to, like, do something or cause some hell, do it, I don't care.
Tyr smiles slyly over to the side. I always thought that you were getting away with far more than you should be able to. How do you keep Karsh in check?
I don't.
He hears that voice and then looks across the room and then realizes the weight of what Vaughn just said. It's a similar phrase to what Graves said to Delilah earlier. That is the laugh of a man who just said, your problem now!
Yeah. Vaughn looks at Karsh for a good while. Believe it or not, the Tide still has a lot of friends in this city. Not all of them are necessarily seen on the surface, but they're there. And, if there's one good thing about our time here, be that we have a lot of connections. Vaughn kind of pats his chest. I may have lost all of mine, barring a few. But he actually, takes his hand off his chest and pokes Tyr on the chest. I think despite everything you might think, I think yours are still plenty intact.
Oh, fuck.
Get fucked, moth boy.
This causes the moth to crumble. You pat Tyr on the chest, and he has this singular moment of realization as he starts to think over exactly what that means. And God, to quote Amy, got him. He realizes in this moment he was so eager, so ready to go, like, oh, I'm separate and apart, I've lost everything, all this other shit. This is one person he can't do that to. Not anymore, and not with the responsibility that he's been left. So he just holds on to his chest and then looks over to you. He quietly nods and then takes the earring. I'll wear it for now. But his head sort of arcs back. This isn't a permanent thing. I promised I'd say it earlier. I'll take your place, old man. But I never said I wanted to be a cop. He looks over to you, and actually, his expression changes. I'm a monster hunter, pure and simple. The city is full of nightmares, that's what I'm going to focus on. You come back, you want to make sure that the Tide function exactly as they have. You want to make your house orderly. You have to do it yourself. For now, there are nightmares on the loose, and what we need aren't the police. What we need are monster hunters.
You say that, Vaughn kind of goes silent for a little bit, and then, once again, he cracks up laughing at Julius Tyr. Vaughn just kind of starts, like, fucking laughing his goddamn ass off, and he starts slamming his hand against the counter so hard. Yeah. And you know what? Maybe next time I'll be the one sobbing in front of a train. And you can be the one to pick my ass off the ground.
I went the vast majority of my life without crying once, and then you show up, amidst others, he says, quietly checking a list, and I'm crying, what, every other week?
It's good for you. Finally learned. Maybe you need that to moisturize your damn skin.
I've been taking reasonable care of myself, he says, prodding him. You're the one who looks like someone who was thrown in the sewer and dragged around by a crocodile.
Jean-Mirage. Vaughn, like, leans forward. I've looked like this since I took you damn kids in.
Why don't you try a different look then? You're not a cop anymore, lose the blue.
You know what? I think I will. He leans back. After all, retiring from being a cop to be a monster hunter, I think I gotta look the job, right?
Certainly do. And of course, you're hopeless without fashion advice. If you need anything, please. I think my look is He looks back at that. He looks back at your clothing. By the way, I appreciate the fact that you're using one of my designs. It's not quite what I had in mind, but it's close.
Yeah, where would I be without the fashion tips from our own local mermaid?
Julius Tier gets the biggest, dumbest smile on his face, a pure look of bliss for the first time, and he holds his hand up and stands up. What's the process for handing over the post of Tidemaster? We shake on it? We cut our hands or something?
Hell no. Vaughn stands up too, puts his hands onto your shoulder. Your problem now. Deal with it. And Vaughn kind of just starts walking along, exiting the building.
Oh, man. Tyr looks around, picks up the earring, tests it in his hands, and then, noticing that no one's really looking right now, he reaches up and touches one of his little side-hanged wingies, and he's like, this worked. And then realizes, I need a mirror. I'm going home. He leaves a big old pile of money on the counter, stands up to his full height, and genuinely smiling from the bottom of his heart, he exits into the growing sun. And with that, we are going to call it. Hey, Nico. You are going to be the first person we talk to next session. You run into Vaughn immediately afterwards. Where's he going? I don't know. Does he need help punching a dog? I don't know.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. So, thank you everybody for coming out to the first part of the epilogue session. There's gonna be there's a lot of scenes left. We actually cut ahead and did some scenes for next time this time, and we're gonna just move through them all. We got a lot of Sond next time for very little Sond this time. I apologize for the imbalance, but yeah, that just kind of happened. Thank you, everyone. Please come back next week. Let's do fan art.
Yeah, let me open up the image. And hold on, the image is taking a little bit low. There we go.
No worries.
And share my screen.
Thank you to Amy for staying up so late.
Thank you to Amy and Liv, yeah.
Thank you, J-Man, for streaming the fan art. Thank you, Aloha, for always being on top of the link.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, folks.
Alright, I'm sharing the chat now. Feel free to hop in whenever you can.
Excellent. Hop it in.
Right.
Alright. So, is everybody in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. So, first off, thank you very much, Lester 2020, as per usual, for putting together this Imgur. Always very appreciated.
Thank you.
And first up, we start with a little edit of Lester 2020. We go, next chapter of Insert Here Indigo. And we have a little Julius here behind the moon.
Aw.
He's stuck up there now. He got too afraid of piercing his ear.
He's a little afraid of that. He's gonna ask Tilly for help.
Yeah. Then from Inky, we got Driporia. I don't know what drip means, but I'm seeing it a lot around the fan discords, so I'm gonna assume it exists.
I had to ask. Apparently,
it scares me out.
Stylish.
I don't think I ever want to know.
It doesn't mean anything profane, I think.
Profane. Unholy.
Sinful.
Yeah. And then from Zephyr Zers, Martha.
The many Martha.
Give me your greatest Yahweh quote, fucking J-Man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Martha.
Mere presence beyond the time. That's not a Yahweh quote, but I tried to think of something. That bitch doesn't talk a lot. And then from Lester 2020, we got a Cosmo.
Yeah!
Yeah!
They're a doctor.
Love them so much. They're great.
You can find out their age in the Patreon.
Yeah.
28.
28.
That's the
Now
range.
you know.
Now you know.
For free.
Then from G.I. Joe, we got the crew. I believe this is a gift, but the thing could not load the gift, but I know they do a little dance.
Yeah, nice dance.
Here we go.
Very nice, thank you. And then from Cookout Trash Bin, we got more of the Noctua Hollow Knight mod.
Oh, that's gonna be. I'm gonna play it. Literally, the second this is done, I'm playing Hollow Knight for the first time.
Nice. And then from Mystic Lilybeth, we got Mermaid Noctua.
Slugs.
The mermaid. Oh, she's so pretty. Please, mermaid. There are many good mermaid options in this cast. I'm very happy to get a Noctua. Fucking excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice sleeping bag.
Stop bullying her! The session's over!
And then from Hatter.
I'll do an Amy impression.
Go for it.
If I had a nickel for every time a contract was broken, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Good, Amy.
Very good.
That was really good.
And then from Chad.
I hope that's Amy's new profile.
Part of this is incredible.
Yeah. And then from Middle, we got Selif, and then also they have. I as a GM wanna get Selif and Ovo alt just so Ian has more power.
Yes!
It's important.
Yeah.
I want a laser beam ult for Selip for when he annihilates people.
And then from Mooney, we got a feather.
Aww.
Oh, fucking fantastic. Very lovely. Yes.
I love her.
And from South Frost, we got Aza and Selif peeking.
There was spying.
Hi.
They were in the bushes.
Yeah.
Can I say how happy I was to play? Oh my god. Hey Chad. Hey Chad. Hey Chad, can I use this? Hey Chad. Chad.
Please, God.
I think no matter what Chad would say yes, knowing Chad.
Yeah.
Chad says yes.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, what were you say you're happy about?
Oh, can I say how happy I was to do that thing from a movie of pan camera over, reveal someone was eavesdropping all along, and everyone to play along with it?
Yeah.
That was... I was just happy to do that little bit. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
And then from Mission 2020, he's doing his hot dog stand.
Mario's hot dog
Open
stand.
your hot dog stand.
Hot dog stand.
And hot dog accessories.
And then from Mission 2020 as well, another Dario hot dog stand. It's going up in the world.
Dario hot dog.
It's a franchise now.
Dario.
Franchise.
Oh yeah, it's Dario.
You and your own Darios?
Yeah. From Chad,
Who
are you?
did?
There she is. And then from Chad. Not wounded.
2 out of 5 broken.
I'm like, Cosmo can literally on the spot heal one of those wounds.
No.
I know Nico's gonna say
No.
nah.
No. You
Didn't matter,
wounded,
crit
not
20, who
enough.
gives a shit?
And then from Mission 2020, Taichi do something with to kill time after that fight. Meanwhile, at Tide HQ, everyone's favorite pastime, puppet shows. There it is.
Fuck off, y'all.
So,
Dances.
No respect for
And then from
Mexicans.
Pick.
Oh god, is that the chief of police? Fucker. No. Incorrect. But
You're
okay.
close.
No, it was not.
You're missing
Well,
one word there, and then you'd be good.
Yeah.
And then from 2020.
Yeah, I thought this one early.
Holy shit.
I just started I just started watching Vince Glorious. I was like,
Oh man, I've read the comic. I'm interested to see how the show's different, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then from
Yeah.
Tala, they dance in a
Incredible.
demons.
God.
Oh my god.
Demons.
Oh
The
my
way you drew the
God.
stigma is so good.
Yeah.
that's really cool. Thank you so much.
This is rad as shit.
This is amazing.
Lester 2020, we have Thanks for Playing, featuring Tear from the Devil Will Cry series. Next chapter, yes. Continue, yes. Blank. Achievement unlocked, Dragon Car. Achievement unlocked, Doctor. Achievement unlocked, finally, cars!
Car show!
You gotta travel out of town to see him. It's a whole day trip.
And then from Chad, we got Farmer Papa.
Farmer Papa.
Listen, all I'm saying is we may or may not have already gotten a Farmer Papa ult.
Oh my god.
Really, the Farmer Papa ult.
I love that John Mirage's immediate thought is like, what do I do now? Farm.
Yeah,
Farm.
Gotta be.
yeah, it's the only way. His head is clear.
Oh.
Chad?
Great.
Oh.
Pretty braided man.
Oh.
Love Graves.
Man, Brennan really made me cry this session. I wasn't expecting him to show up.
God damn, if Brennan was in range right now, he'd kill you.
Brennan's always in rage.
He is.
Don't put me on Brennan's target
from
list. I will
Chad.
survive.
Oh,
Retract.
Oh.
excellent.
God, I love Siliph.
Refresh really quick, see if we got anything new. Oh, yep, I think we got one more new thing.
One more, yeah.
boop. Scroll.
God, that. Oh.
And then from Chad, if only I was more like Cassie's. Max damage.
In this literal one instance and in no other cases, actually. Literally, he has no other admirable qualities, but the fact that he speaks his mind, that's solid, I guess.
Man, who's
goodness.
gonna tell Tyr that the Tide already elected Sander their new leader?
Nico, I'm so excited.
He's the leader, and now you get to do it, Sander.
They have to first they have to tell Sander, and then they have to tell Tyr.
Yeah.
Tell them at the same time, actually.
There's one more
They've-
process. They have to
printed
remember
on, like,
they did that.
Yeah,
They've imprinted on him like baby ducks.
I believe that's it, though.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So, thank you all so much for tuning in to the first epilogue. The next one, and most likely the final one, will be tomorrow.
Or, yeah, you mean next week, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, next week. Yeah, sorry, my
We'll be
brain.
right now, perish.
Yeah, right now, die.
No, we're gonna make this a 12-hour stream. God, no.
No. But yeah, no, thank you everyone so much for coming out. Be sure to tune in next week. Check out Patreon, website, all that shit. Say bye, everybody.
Bye!
Doodle.